제 서울국제 명상엑스포 2025 명상 하나 되는 길 개막식이 시작이 될 예정인데요. 오늘 개막식에 함께해 주신 분들께서는 앞쪽부터 자리를 채워서 앉아주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 여러분을 위해 마련된 자리가 넉넉합니다. 앞쪽부터 채워주시면 조금 뒤에 들어오시는 분들께서도 또 뒤쪽을 채워서 착석을 해주실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 앞쪽에 자리가 많이 마련되어 있습니다. 오늘 이 개막식 순서에는 여러분께서 아주 감동적으로도 나누실 만한 특별한 공연도 준비되어 있으니까요. 앞쪽부터 자리를 채워 앉아주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다.
누르는 힘에 나가 목이 열려서 나와야 돼. 나무 아미타불 나무 아미타불
정토선 수행을 참가하러 만경상사에 왔는데 절이 너무 예뻐서 되게 좋았고요. 정토선 수행을 하면서 처음에는 생각보다 어려움이 있어서 따라가지 못했는데 등인 스님께서 잘 한 명 한 명 이끌어 주셔서 잘 따라갈 수 있게 되었어요. 스님들과 함께 하는 수행 자리라서 더 뜻깊었고 서로 경청하기도 하고 함께 하기도 해서 융합되는 느낌도 되게 많이 받았고요. 좋았습니다.
첫날부터 굉장히 귀한 대접들을 많이 받은 것 같습니다. 좋은 스님들과 또 스태프분들 그리고 좋은 수행터와 굉장히 맛있는 밥들까지도 이렇게까지나 받아도 되는지 모르겠을 만큼 그런 감사했던 시간들인 것 같습니다. 좋은 도반들이 전부라고 하는데 이렇게 좋은 분들이 주변에 있으니 좋은 영향들도 많이 받았고요. 이 영향들 윗거름 삼아서 일상생활을 해나가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
정초선 수행에 대해서 처음 배우게 되었는데요. 나무아미타불 하는 그런 소리는 많이 들어봤는데 그게 어떤 의미인지는 모르고 따라했었습니다. 근데 이 염불이라는 게 단순히 그냥 소리를 내는 것이 아니라 마음을 집중해서 나에게 염을 만드는 것이라는 것을 배우게 되었고, 정토선이라는 것의 수행이 염을 외우는 것뿐만이 아니라 일상적으로도 실천할 수 있는 것이라는 것을 배우게 되는 아주 뜻깊은 시간이었습니다.
이게 심리 치료에 많이 도움이 될 거다라는 생각을 하게 됐습니다. 서로 주고받으면서 이 정토선 수행을 하는 그 과정 속에서 어떤 시너지 효과라든가 집단적인 어떤 효과도 더불어서 이것이 심리 치료뿐만 아니라 힐링 더해서 이 명상에 대한 어떤 새로운 카테고리를 하나 아이덴티티를 가져갈 수 있지 않나 생각합니다.
수하시는 게 나을 것 같습니다. 네, 제6회 서울국제 명상엑스포 개막식을 위해 내외 귀빈께서 입장하고 계십니다. 모두 자리에서 일어나 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 여러분 지금
Please rise and welcome the
대한민국의
distinguished
김용민
guest.
교수님, 학교법인 동국대학교 이사장 동관 스님,
Venerable Ji,
대한민국의
the most
the
president of the Jogye order of Korean Buddhism is now making his way in. Venerable Donggan, chair of the board of trustees, Dongye University Foundation, Venerable Ju Kyung, chair of the Central Council of the Jogye order, President Yoon Jae-un of Dongye University, Venerable Jung, director of the Buddhist Studies Institute, Dongye University, and other distinguished guests has come to attend this event. So please give them a big round of applause until they sit stably. So they have visited us for the opening ceremony of this Seoul International Meditation Expo. Thank you for taking your time. Please take a seat.
안녕하십니까. 제6회 서울국제 명상엑스포 2025 명상 하나 되는 길 개막식에 오신 여러분
So
반갑습니다.
welcome everyone who
먼저
joined
인사드리겠습니다.
us
저는
here
오늘
today
진행을
for
맡은
the
아나운서 김지원입니다.
opening ceremony of the Seoul International Meditation Expo.
네, 우선 올해로
It's a pleasure to have
맞이하는
you with us.
서울국제
I'm Kim Ji-won,
명상엑스포
announcer with the
개막식에
Buddhist
와주신
TV
여러분께 다시
BTN, and
한번
I'll be your
진심으로
host for
감사를
today's
드립니다.
opening ceremony.
여러분께서 함께하시는
Thank you
이번
sincerely to
서울국제
all of you for
명상엑스포의
joining the
주제는
sixth
잘 알고 계신
Seoul
것처럼
International
2025
Meditation
명상
Expo.
하나 되는
This
길입니다.
year's theme is
이는
Meditation
명상을 통해
2025,
개인의
a journey
내면을
into
탐구하고 또
wholeness.
나아가 사회와
Through
세계가
meditation,
하나
we
되어
seek
더
to
나은
explore
미래로
our
나아가는
inner
길을
lives and to
열고자
open a path
하는데요.
towards a better future
문화체육관광부가
in
후원하고
which our
동국대학교가
society and the world
주최하는
come
이번
together
엑스포는
as one.
명상의
Hosted
대중화,
by
산업화,
Dongyeong University with the support of the
세계화를
Ministry of
향한 의미 있는
Culture,
발걸음이
Sports and
될 것입니다.
Tourism, this
특히
action
서울국제
marks a meaningful step
명상엑스포
towards
개막식에서는
making meditation a
부처님의
part
인기를
of
받은
everyday
요즘과
life and
시타르타를
advancing its
공연하는
popularization and
시타르타
globalization.
특별한
So at this year's opening ceremony, we are honored to present a special performance from the musical Siddhartha. And we have a very special program. So most Venerable Jinu, President of the Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism, will deliver the keynote speech on the theme Zen meditation and emotion regulation. Over the next 2 days, the meditation conference will feature 6 world-renowned meditation experts, international scholars, and 3 leading scholars from Korea. Furthermore, on November 22 to 23 at SETAC, we will host a meditation experience booth, one of the programs of the expo. So please feel free to visit the booth on site and experience firsthand the healing and peace that meditation offers.
여러분의 가을을 평화와 행복으로 물들일 서울국제
So the expo will make you unforgettable memories for you all this autumn. So you can check the details on the website of the expo. And from now on, we now open this opening ceremony of the 6th Meditation International Meditation Expo of Meditation with the theme of Meditation 2025, a journey into wholeness. And now open this festival together with all of you. Thank you very much. So now we will begin the first sequence. So we recite the 3 refugees and Heart Sutra in Korean. Please rise and put your palms together. The first chant the 3 refugees.
이어서 한글 반야 심경을 다 함께 봉독하겠습니다.
Now it's time to recite the Heart Sutra in Korean.
반야바라밀다 심경반자제보살이 깊은 반야바라밀다를 행할 때 오니 공한 것을 비추어 보고 온갖 고통에서 건너느니라. 사기자여, 색이공과 다르지 않고 공이색과 다르지 않으며 색이고 공이요 공이고 색이니 수상행식도 그러하니라. 사지자여, 모든 법은 공하여 나지도 멸하지도 않으며 더럽지도 깨끗하지도 않으며 늘지도 줄지도 않느니라. 그러므로 곳 가운데는 색이 없고 수상행식도 없으며 안이비설신의도 없고 색성향 미촉법도 없으며 눈의 경계도 의식의 경계까지도 없고 무명도 무명이담까지도 없으며 늙고 죽음도 늙고 죽음이 다함까지도 없고 고진열도도 없으며 지혜도 듬도 없느니라. 얻을 것이 없는 까닭에 보살은 반야바라밀다를 의지함으로 마음에 걸림이 없고 걸림이 없으므로 두려움이 없어서 뒤바뀐 헛된 생각을 멀리 떠나 완전한 열반에 들어가며 삼세의 모든 부처님도 반야바라밀다를 의지함으로 세상의 깨달음을 얻느니라. 반야바라밀다는 가장 신비하고 밝은 주문이며 위없는 주문이며 무엇과도 견줄 수 없는 주문이니 온갖 괴로움을 없애고 진실하여 허망하지 않음을 알지니라. 이제 반야바라밀다주를 말하리라. 아제 바라 승아제 모지사바 아제 바라 바라 승아제 모지사바 아제 바라 승아제 모지사바.
모두 자리에 앉아주시기 바랍니다. 6회 서울국제명상엑스포 2025 명상 하나 되는 길, 지금부터 오늘 개막식의 주제 영상을 감상하겠습니다. 영상 함께 만나보시죠.
세상을 여는 만물의 울림, 눈을 감으면 보이는 내면의 세계. 잠시 그곳에 머물러 마음의 상태를 지그시 바라봅니다. 급할 것도 초조할 것도 없습니다. 시간의 경계를 넘어 삶과 삶을 연결해온 명상의 지혜는 수천 년간 우리의 곁에서 깨달음의 방법을 전하고 있습니다. 선의 시간을 보내는 것, 적막한 숲속, 산사의 품속은 고요하되 치열합니다. 그 자체로도 완벽하지만 홀로 돌탑이 될 수 없음을, 하나 둘 정성이 쌓일 때 참다운 기도가 되고 평화로운 세상이 된다는 것을 알아갑니다. 산사의 울림은 나에게서 너에게로 그리고 세상 곳곳으로 퍼집니다. 선은 변하지 않는 가치를 품은 채로 다양한 모습으로 진화하고 있습니다. 그 모습은 역동적이기도 합니다. 질문과 질문으로 피어나며 음악과 문화로 전해집니다. 새로운 기술과 어우러지기도 합니다. 내면 깊은 곳에 머문 정토의 마음을 누구나 보고 느끼고 체험할 수 있게 되었습니다. 모습이 달라도 생각이 달라도 종교가 달라도 명상을 통해 우리는 함께 선의 세계를 향해 걸어갈 수 있습니다. 타인과 걸음을 맞춰 마음을 나눕니다. 인간사에 벌어진 틈이 점점 좁혀집니다. 비움으로 채워지고 비로소 보이게 되며 자연스러움 속에서 찾게 되는 함께하는 자유. 선을 통한 깨달음은 인류의 길을 밝게 비추고 서로 다른 문화와 마음을 하나로 잇고 있습니다. 이것이 바로 명상으로 모두가 하나 되는 길입니다. 2025 서울 국제 명상 엑스포. 명상 하나 되는 길. 우리는 인류와 미래를 잇는 울림 앞에 지금 함께 서 있습니다.
네. 지금 함께 나눈 이 주제 영상 2025 명상 하나 되는 길을 주제로 명상이 우리의 선을 뿌리로 이 전통이라는 줄기를 지나서 또 오는 날 대한민국을 넘어 전 세계로
So you have watched this video
그 여정을
and you have seen the journey of the Expo so far from the 2020. So it started in 2020 and they expanded for over 6 years now, reaching this moment through steady growth and ongoing development. I hope you stay with us in the every step we take onward. Just as I introduced, so many people came to attend the event, and I'd like to introduce our distinguished guest, and I invite your one round of applause each of the distinguished guests. The first, Venerable Ji-woo, the president of the Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism.
이어서 소개해 올립니다. 학교법인 동국대학교 이사장 동관 스님께서
Venerable Donggan, chair of the board of trustees, Dongga University Foundation.
대한불교 조계종 중앙종회의장이자 불교학술원 전자문화콘텐츠
Venerable Ju Kyung, chair of the Central Council of the Jogye Order.
이어서 대한불교 조계종 호계원장이자 동국대학교 불교학술원장.
So next is Venerable Jongmu, head of discipline department and director of Institute of Buddhist Studies. And next is President Yoon Jae-ung of the Dongga University.
이어서 소개하겠습니다. 동국대학교 정각원장이신
So,
재정스님 소개해 올립니다.
Venerable Jae-jung, head of the Jonggagwon Temple at Dongga University.
이어서 대한불교 조계종 총무부장 성홍 스님 소개합니다.
Venerable Song, director of the General Affairs Department of the Jogye Order. Thank you for taking this precious time out of your busy schedule. And Venerable Jongdo, director of the Institute for the Studies of the Jogye Order.
학교법인 건학위원회 사무총장이신
And the secretary, general secretary of the funding committee, Park Gi-ryun,
지정학 사무처장님
attended, and the Ji Jong-hak, executive director, also with us.
동국대학교 정영식 기획부총장님 소개하겠습니다. 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 이어서 동국대학교 김용현
And Kim Yong-hyun,
소개하겠습니다.
and the executive director is with us.
동국대학교 강규영
And Kang Go-young, the director of the research is also attended.
문화체육관광부 김도형 종무실장님을 소개합니다.
And
여러분, 박수로
Kim
환영해
Do-young,
주시기
the
바랍니다.
Director of Relations Affairs, has attended.
문화체육관광부 이상효 종무관님께서도 소중한
And
걸음을
also
주셨습니다.
staff
박수로
of
환영해
the
주시죠.
Ministry of
다음으로
Tourism
문화체육관광부
came
김기춘
to
과장님을
attend
소개하겠습니다.
the
박수
event.
맞아주시기 바랍니다. 여러분 계속해서 큰 박수와 환호로
So-
환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
So give you a generous applause to every distinguished guest. And we also invite another Venerable and the Director of the Treasury of the Jogye Older, Yohak, Venerable Yohak has attended, and the Director of the Culture Department of Jogye Older, Venerable Sangwon, has come, and the head of the Discipline Department, Doshim, Venerable Doshim came, and Namjeon, the Chief of Secretary, has come. And Sung-un, Venerable Sung-un is Director of General Affairs Department, and the Venerable Dong, who is Chair of the Sun Meditation Committee, has come. And lastly, the Seo Jin-young, President of BBS Buddhist Broadcasting System, has come to join us. And there are people who couldn't make it today, but who sent flowers to celebrate the event. I'm going to name them all. And the President of the BBS Broadcasting System has sent us a flower. So I've just introduced all the some of the distinguished guests, and please forgive me that I couldn't introduce all the people here due to time constraint. And I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for everyone who attended this event. And now,
first, we will hear the opening remarks from President Yoon Jae-in of Dongguk University, who has been leading the 6th International Meditation Expo 2025. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Welcome, everyone. My name is Yoon Jae-young, President of Dongguk University. Hosted by Dongguk University and supported by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, I warmly welcome you to the 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo, and I'm pleased to declare the opening of this meaningful event. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Venerable Jin-woo, Chief Executive Director of the Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism, Venerable Dong Kwan, Chairman of the Board of Dongguk University, and Minister Choi Hye-young of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. This event brings together Dongguk University professors who teach Sun and meditation, along with leading meditation experts from Korea and abroad. We aim to introduce accessible meditation practices so that even those who have never experienced meditation can take part, while also providing opportunities to practice under expert guidance. In doing so, we hope to integrate meditation into daily life and further standardize traditional Buddhist meditation methods recognized not only in Korea but also worldwide, creating a festival that all people can enjoy. This year's 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo will also offer a wider range of in-person meditation programs in fields of experience and culture. In addition to the opening ceremony performance, there will be an opening performance at the meditation experience booth as well as Sun meditation concert. Through performances that include traditional Korean music, classical music, dance, and choral works, we will share moments of meditation, happiness, and healing. With these efforts, Dongguk University will lead the way in popularizing and integrating and globalizing meditation through the development of K-meditation platform. Once again, I welcome you all to the 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 동국대학교 윤재용
Thank you very much.
총장님께서
This was
개회사로
President
다시
Yoon
한번 오늘
Jae-woong from
개막식의
Dongguk
시작을
University
멋지게 알려주셨습니다.
for the opening of
다음은
today's ceremony.
대한불교조계종
Now we will
총무장이신
hear a
김덕희
congratulatory
선생님께서
address
시사를
from
해주시겠습니다.
Venerable Gino, the
여러분 모두
President of the
자리에서
Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism. Please rise, everyone. So please welcome Venerable Gino, who has graciously taken time to support the development of Korean Buddhism with a warm round of applause. Please put your palms together.
존경과 감사의 마음을 담아
With respect, we will three bow to Venerable Gino, accompanied by the sound of the wooden gong.
모두 자리에 앉아 주시기 바랍니다.
Please take a seat. Honored guests,
대단히 반갑습니다.
it is a great pleasure to welcome you.
이 세계적인 불교 교육의 전당인
First, I
통국대학교에서
extend my heartfelt congratulations on the grand opening of the 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo 2025 Meditation, A Journey into Wholeness.
진심으로 축하드립니다. 이번 행사를 위해
It is especially meaningful that this celebration is held at Dongguk University, a global center of Buddhist education where some meditation is shared with people around the world. I express a deep gratitude to the president of Dongguk University and to all who have devoted themselves over many months to preparing this event. I also offer sincere thanks to the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and to all supporting organizations for their generous assistance. Humanity faces profound challenges: the climate change, war and conflict, economic inequality, and the rapid transformations brought by technological innovation, including artificial intelligence. So in these turbulent times, many experience loneliness and anxiety. Precisely now, we need some meditation like a lotus blossoming from the mud, cultivating calming wisdom amid life's complexity. Sun meditation isn't merely a means of personal comfort. It is the capacity to view others and the world with awakened awareness, aligning with the modern values of social responsibility and sustainability. To build lives grounded in sustainability rather than greed, and a society of coexistence and cooperation rather than competition division. Sun meditation provides a vital spiritual foundation. So in particular, this expo is an important occasion for Korean Buddhism to exercise spiritual and cultural leadership in the global Buddhist community and the international arena. Rooted in long traditions of Sun practice and the teachings of harmony and peace, Korean Buddhism offer to the world a message of meditation, healing, and coexistence. Today's gathering affirms Korean Buddhism can rise beyond the Korean peninsula to become a global center of meditative culture and contribute to addressing humanity's universal challenges. For the rising generations, Sun meditation is not optional, it is essential. And amid the flood of AI and digital technology, many people lose their way. The path of Sun sets aside discriminating mind and returns us to our original heart, providing ground for uniquely human creativity and compassion to flourish. If our youth and children learn through meditation to safeguard themselves and to live wisely with others, they will be our surest investment in the future. So I hope today's event is more than a celebration. It will be a convergence of wisdom that points to the future directions of human life. May each participant realize a peace of mind through some meditation. May the peace become a lamp that brightens society, and may it open a path that unites the world as one. May the Buddha's boundless wisdom and compassion and his radiant light be present with us. May the connection today empower us to stand firm on the path of Dharma, undisturbed by the waves of emotion. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 대한불교조계종
Thank you very
총무원장이신
much. This
진득
was the
스님께서
Venerable
치사를
Chin, President of Jogye
전해주셨습니다.
Order of Korean
다시 한번
Buddhism.
여러분 박수로 감사의 마음을
Please
전해주시기
give him
바랍니다.
another big round of applause.
스님 말씀처럼 우리의
So
명상이
as he has
대한민국 국민의
mentioned,
마음을
we do
보듬고
hope
또 전
that the
세계인의
meditation
마음에
will not
따뜻한
only
손길을 전할
that
수
resonate in the
있도록
hearts
계속
of
함께
Korean
전진하도록
people, but
하겠습니다.
also people from
이어서
abroad.
격려사의 순서입니다.
Now we will
격려사는
have
언제나
congratulatory
동국대학교 또
address,
학교 발전을
and
위해
we will
물심양면으로
hear
애써주시는
from
학교법인
chairman of the
동국대학교
board of
이사장
Dongguk
동관
University,
스님께서
Venerable
해주시겠습니다.
Dongguan.
여러분 큰 박수로
Please give him a
맞아주시기
big round of
바랍니다.
applause.
네, 모두 앉은 채로 합장해 주시기 바랍니다. 목탁에 맞춰 합장
Please put your
일대
palms
일을
together while
올리겠습니다.
seated. We will bow 3 times.
안녕하십니까.
Greetings.
이사장입니다.
I am the
전
chair of
세계인이
the
함께하는
Board of
제6회
Trustees of Dongguk
명상에서
University Foundation.
2025 명상
It is a great
하나되는
honor
길을
to
개최하게 되어서
celebrate
진심으로
the opening of the
축하드립니다.
6th Seoul International
이번
Meditation
행사는
Expo,
명상이 가진
welcoming
보편적
participants
가치와
from around the world.
종교적
This
지혜가
gathering
한자리에서 이루어져 우리
It
모두가
unites the
하나 되는
universal
길을
values of
모색하는
meditation with the
뜻깊은
wisdom of
자리입니다.
Buddhism, offering a meaningful
불교 역사
opportunity to
속에서
explore how we
명상은
may become
수행자의
one.
마음을
Throughout
정화하고
Buddhist history,
자비를
meditation has been the
근본
fundamental
방법이며
path to
오늘날에도
purify the
여전히
mind and illuminate
현대인들을
wisdom.
번뇌와
Today, it
혼돈에서
continues to
벗어나
guide people beyond
행복으로
affliction and
기름을
suffering
끼기도
toward genuine happiness.
특히 치유 회복을
For
바라는
those seeking
많은
healing and recovery, meditation has become a powerful means of regulating stress, anxiety, attracting global attention.
이번 명상
This expo opens pathways for meditation across scholarship, culture, practice, and education. It will be a precious time for each of us to discover inner peace and to learn the wisdom of living harmoniously with others who may differ from us. In particular, the keynote speech by the President of the Jogel Order will offer clear and sincere guidance on how Korea's traditions and practice can speak to contemporary needs and how we can meet our complex, rapidly changing era with a peaceful mind. I express the gratitude to the President of the Jogel Order for sharing the timely benefits of some meditation. To everyone gathered here, I invite you to be the true agent of your own awakening, experiencing this moment of firsthand. May it be a meaningful opportunity to rediscover your original mind, often overlooked amid busy daily life, and to embark on a path of healing and reflection. I am grateful to see the expo's continued vitality as it reaches its 6th year, and I offer my encouragement to all who have worked so devotedly to make this possible. May many join together with ease and in one heart, and may the Buddha's wisdom and compassion and the blessing of peace and happiness be with you always.
So please give him a big round of applause to Venerable Dongguan for providing congratulatory remarks. So the closest friend and the sponsor of the youth and young Buddhists are Venerable Dongguan, and we do hope that the meditation will become in the hearts of many people in Korea and abroad. Now we have Minister Choi Hee-young from Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism to provide a congratulatory remark. He could not be here with us today due to his busy schedule. The message will be delivered on behalf by Mr. Kim Do-hyung, Director of Religious Affairs at the Ministry. Please welcome Mr. Kim Do-hyung to the stage. Good morning, everyone. I am Kim Do-hyung, Director General for Religious Affairs at the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. On behalf of Minister Choi Hee-young, I am honored to deliver this congratulatory message. First of all, I would like to sincerely congratulate Dongguk University on hosting the 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Venerable Dongguan, Chairman of Board of Dongguk University, University, President Choi Jae-ung, Venerable Jong Mook, Director of the Institute of Buddhist Studies, as well as all those who have worked with dedication to prepare this meaningful event and everyone gathered here today. The theme of this year's expo is Meditation 2025, the Path to Oneness. Meditation is a wonderful way to set aside complex thoughts for a moment and calm the mind. It allows us to rest our weary body and spirit, to reflect inwardly, and to restore balance to our daily lives. At this expo, you will experience a wide range of meditation programs, including academic conferences with leading scholars from Korea and abroad, as well as hands-on activities and performances. I hope many of you will gain renewed vitality and a deep sense of peace of mind through meditation. Once again, I warmly congratulate you on the opening of this expo, and I look forward to this event continuing to promote meditation culture widely and to contribute to the happiness of many people. I wish health and peace to all of you who have joined us here
네,
today. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very
전해주신
much.
축하에
Please
그래서 영상을
give
통한 국민의 행복을 바라는 그
Mr.
마음을 온전히 느낄
the
수
Minister
있었습니다.
of Culture, Sports and
문화체육관광부 최휘영 장관님의 마음
Sports and
그리고 또
Tourism, a big
대독해주신
round of
김도영
applause,
동무실장님께도
and
다시 한번 박수로
Mr.
감사의
Kim
마음을
Jong-un for
전해주시기
reading
바랍니다.
on behalf of the Minister. Please give them
고맙습니다.
a big round of applause.
여러분께서 모두 다 잘 알고 계신
So
것처럼
as you are all
서울
aware,
국제
the Seoul
명상
International
엑스포는
Meditation
2020년에 첫
Expo
걸음을
began
뗐습니다.
in
그 후
2020.
명상의
After
대중화,
that,
세계화를 위해서
in order
묵묵히 그
for
걸음을
globalization
이어가며 앞으로 전진해
and of
왔는데요.
it, it has
서울 국제
kept
명상
on going
엑스포는
forward.
그 이름에 걸맞게
So the
해를
Seoul
거듭할수록
International Meditation
명상을 통한
Expo
치유와 화합의 플랫폼으로
is becoming a
굳건히
platform
자리매김하며
for
올해 이렇게
gathering
6회째를
and healing,
맞이했습니다.
and have now
특히
celebrating the
올해
6th
주제인
anniversary.
2025
So
명상 하나
this
되는
year's
길은
theme,
개인의 내면에서 시작된
meditation, a journey
명상이
into
우리
wideness,
대한민국을
shows
넘어
how
세계로
meditation that starts
모든
individually
세대와
expands
인종이
into the world
어우러지는
and
행복한 미래를
actually
상징합니다.
transcends race
지금 이
and
순간 서울 국제
borders.
명상
So at this
엑스포에
very
함께하고
moment,
계신 여러분,
all
서울
of you who are
국제 명상
participating in
엑스포의
this
지난
meditation expo,
발자취와
you
성과를
will be
함께
able to
되돌아보면서 앞으로
review the
감자의 그
achievements
미래를 또
of the
그려나가보면
Seoul Meditation
어떨까요?
Expo and
지금부터
see
제6회
how it
서울
will shape
국제
the future.
명상 엑스포
So from now
경과보고
on, we
영상을
will see a
나누겠습니다. 영상 함께
short video
만나보시죠.
clip on the achievements of the Seoul International Meditation Expo.
네, 영상으로 만나본
Through the
지난
video, we were able to
원서트의
see the
발자취,
path and
짧은
achievements of the
영상이었지만
Seoul
서울
International
국제
Meditation
명상
Expo.
지나온 길을 함께 되돌아볼 수가 있었는데요. 한 걸음 한
Once
걸음
again,
함께 쌓아온
we
지난
are
노력의 덕분에
reminded that
오늘
this
이
journey has
시간을
been made
함께
possible
맞이할 수
thanks to
있게
the collective
됐습니다.
efforts of
앞으로도
everyone
명상을
gathered
통한
here
치유와
today.
화합의 축제의 장으로
So we
서울
do
국제
hope
명상
that the
엑스포가
expo
우뚝 설 수
will
있도록
become
모든
a
걸음에
festival
함께
for
해주시고 또
everyone.
응원하고 동참해
And
주시기를
I would also like to ask
부탁드리겠습니다.
for your continued
네,
interest and
다음
support.
순서는 여러분을 위해 마련한 아주
Now we
특별한
have
시간이
a
기다리고
special
있는데요.
performance
바로
for all
뮤지컬
of you here
시타르타 팀의
today.
축하
So
공연을
we have
준비했다고
a
합니다.
cast of the
부처님의
musical
생애를
Siddhartha
웅장한 음악 그리고
for a
화려한
congratulatory
퍼포먼스로 전하는
performance.
시타르타
So
팀이 오늘 이
they will
시간에는 이
portray
명상의 깊은
the life of
의미로
Buddha through majestic music and dramatic performance and transforms life's hardship moments and lighten into art, leaving audience deeply moved. We hope that today's performance will remind us all of the profound meaning of meditation and become a cherished moment as we walk together to the path of oneness. Please welcome the cast of Siddhartha to the stage booth.
태자비님, 10년 만에 나온 왕자님 덕분에 온 나라가 축제 같아요. 시타르타 태자님께서는 얼마나 좋아하실까요? 그러시겠지?
태자비님!
태자님께서 아드님의 이름을 지어주셨습니다. 이름을? 그래, 뭐라 하시던가?
라훌라라 하셨습니다.
라훌라. 후속. 속박이라 하셨구나.
붙잡은 세월이 무색한
가진 모든 인연의 사슬을 끊어내야 한다. 그것만이 지금 내가 가야 할 유일한 길이다. 쉴 때마다 갈비뼈가 부러질 것 같은 이 고통 속에서 숨이 끊어지면 결국 너도 사라지게 될 테지. 마른 침을 삼킬 때마다 목구멍이 찢어질 것 같고 아무도 네 목소리를 듣지 못하게 될 거야. 움직일 때마다 온갖 뼈들이 살가죽을 뚫고 나오려 하는 이 고통 속에서 난 결국 알지 못하는 것이니까. 아니, 넌 이미 알게 된 것이다. 넌 이미 네 육신의 집착에서 벗어나지 않았느냐? 그러면 너는 나에게서 무엇을 원하는 것이냐? 나 제6천의 왕 마라파피아스는 번뇌를 먹고 살지. 특히 인간들의 번뇌를 말이야. 허나 이미 넌 그 번뇌에서 벗어났어. 그럼에도 불구하고 계속 고통을 이어가려는 이유가 뭘까? 그건 아마 네가 너를 넘어서 이 모든 인간들이 가진 번뇌의 뿌리를 찾고자 함이 아니더냐. 그 우유부단한 네 아비가 너에게 가르쳐준 교훈. 한쪽에 치우치지 말고 타협하라. 내 말이 그 말이다. 고타마시타르타. 넌 이미 깨달은 자 되었으니 돌아가서 위대한 영혼 전용성으로 칭송받고 사람들에게 고통에서 벗어나는 방법을 전하거라. 그리하면 아마 사람들은 영원토록 너를 존경하고 아마 몇몇은 너처럼 번뇌에서 벗어나는 흉내는 내겠지. 허나 난 알고 있어. 네 말을 듣고 네 앞에서 눈물을 흘리며 네 앞에서 절을 하는 그 사람들, 머릿속엔 한 푼이라도 더 많은 재산을, 한 뼘이라도 더 넓은 땅을, 제 자식들이 저보다 더 잘 살기를. 인간이 그래. 결코 그 번뇌에서 벗어날 수 없게 되는 거야. 그래서 나 마라파피아스가 수만 년을 살고 있는 거지. 그래, 그것이다. 그것은 나의 욕심이요, 그것은 나의 분노요, 그것은 나의 어리석음이었다. 눈을 떠야 한다. 아침에 눈을 뜨듯 마음의 눈을 떠야 한다. 넌 나를 절대로 벗어날 수 없다. 절대로. 네 목숨이 끊어지지 않은 한 난 영원히 네 안에 산다. 너를 안으며 너를 인정하며
만나야 할 또 다른 세상.
나를 인정한다. 고타마 시타르타, 넌 고행에서 실패한 것이다.
살아있는 고통 집착과 어리석음을 버리며 보이는 또 다른 세상, 그것이 내가 가야 할 길.
너의 자리로 돌아가라. 고행 대신 공덕을 지어 세속에서 행복을 누리라. 그것이 너에게 주어진 운명이다. 마치 너와 내가 하나인 것처럼.
내가 너에게서 벗어나지 못하는 것이 아니라 그대가 나라는 그물에서 벗어나지 못하는 것이다. 나는 그대의 그물이다.
나는 살아있는 모든 번뇌 속에서 영원히 산다.
눈을 떠라, 눈을 떠라, 눈을 떠라. 그래, 너는 나다. 세상의 통치와 명예는 땅에 떨어질 것들, 내 안에 모든 걸 인정하고 받아들이며 땅을 주인으로 삼아 나아가 모든 살아있는 것은 고통이다. 그 고통은 집착과 어리석음에서 왔으며 그 집착을 버리면 어리석음은 사라지는 법. 넘치지도 부족하지도 않게 바르게 보고 바르게 생각하고 바르게 말하고 바르게 행동하고 바르게 노력하고 바르게 집중하고 바르게 살며 바르게 선정하면 그 고통은 영원히 사라질 것이다. 마음의 눈을 뜨면 볼 수 있다네. 흩날리는 작은 먼지 하나도 수많은 시간이 바람으로 내게 오는 인연. 스쳐가는 사람도 그저 사라지는 하루도 누군가의 만남이 누군가의 운명이 만들어준 인연으로 지금 내게 올 수 있는 거야. 홀로 있지 않아 살아있는 모든 게 서로가 서로의 인연과 인연으로 모두 다 이어져 있다. 홀로 있지 않아 살아있는 모든 게 서로가 서로의 인연과 인연으로 모두 다 이어져 있다. 홀로 있지 않아 살아있는 모든 게 서로가 서로의 인연과 인연으로 모두 다 이어져 있다. 모두 다 모두 다
네, 예술로 만나는
Thank you very
깨달음의 길.
much.
뮤지컬
Once
시타르타
again,
팀이
this
공연 중
piece,
일부 넘버를 오늘
we have listened
전해줬는데요.
to some
부처님의
of
일대기를
the
더
parts
멋진
from the
예술로
musical
더 많은
Siddhartha,
곳에서 전할 수 있도록
and we do
시타르타
hope
팀에게 다시
that it
한번
will enlighten.
응원과 격려의
This will
박수를
be humanity's
보내주시기
path to
바랍니다.
enlightenment through art. Please give them a big round of
네,
applause.
짧은 시간이었지만
Although it was
여러분께
just for a
깊은
short period of
감동으로
time, I
또
do hope
오래도록
that it
마음속에
resonated with
남길
you.
바랍니다. 다음 순서는 여러분께서
Next,
가장 기다리고
we
계셨던
believe that it
순서일
would
것
be a moment
같은데요.
that you
대한민국
were waiting for the
총무원장
most.
진욱
We
큰스님께서
will have
선명상과
Venerable
감정
Chin Woo
조절을
to
주제로
provide a
기조 연설을
presentation on sun
해주시겠습니다. 오늘
meditation,
말씀을
a
전해주실
journey
진욱
to
큰스님을
holiness.
큰
Please
박수로 맞아주시기
give
바랍니다.
Venerable Chin Woo a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone.
제가 불러서 오기는 했습니다만
I came because I was invited. But I'm not sure that if I'm going to be helpful to you today.
잘 안 보이네.
I can see you well with all the lights.
빛이 너무 강해.
Yeah, the lights are too strong.
예, 뭐 이왕 이렇게 불러 주셨으니까 이제
Since I've come for the kiss speech, I want to share some reflections.
어때 뭐 기분이 어떠세요 지금?
How do you feel right now?
뭐 좋은 분도 계실 것이고
Some
기도한 분도
might
계실
feel
것이고,
good, some might feel
따분한
bold.
분도 계실 것이고 기분의 이 글자를 보면 기운
When we
글자에다가
say
나눌
mood or
글자가
feeling in
있잖아요.
Korean,
그걸 기분이라고
and
하는데
it is pronounced 기운, 기분. And
부교적으로 보면
if I interpret that from the Buddhist perspective, this feeling is the operation of three feelings, three emotions. So out of 5 aggregations, the form is material things, and the feeling is this second one of the 5 aggregates. So this feeling can be categorized into 3 groups: pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral. And we call the three feelings. So pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral, those 3 are feelings, and also can be referred to as emotions.
모든 중생은
All the sentient beings
덩어리예요.
have these clumps of emotions. Every sentient beings.
감정을 크게
So,
대표하면 좋은 감정, 싫은 감정,
if we divided the feelings into 3 categories, then
그렇지 않은 감정.
pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral emotions. And out of 3 feelings, we mostly refer to 2, that is pleasant and unpleasant. And we sentient beings live with these feelings of suffering and the pleasure.
배고파서
We
기분이
eat for pleasure. If we cannot eat, then we feel unhappy.
모든 행위는
It's the same with the clothes, and every actions we carry out is
부모 자식이라든가
intentionally done with, to please our emotions. In the relationship, like parents and children or partners,
내가 기분
you
좋은
try to feel good from those things. That is the action that you intentionally do to please yourself.
모든 만남
So all the meetings and relationships, like between partners or friends or parents and
슬프고 괴로운
children, if you do not make effort to make pleasant relationship, it is you who suffer. So everything boils down to emotions.
감정을
So
크게 나누면
this emotion can be also categorized into 2 groups as effect and cause. So in the Nikaya, the Buddha said, because of this, that is, because that, this is.
고피 무
If that is not, then if this is not, that is not. If that is not, then this is not. So likewise, if this emotion arises, and that emotion also follow.
기분이라고 그랬는데
So I said given in Korean, which can be translated into feelings and emotions. So if I analyze this Korean word into Korean Chinese characters, then we can understand it like discrimination.
실질적인 것을 보고 이제 분별이라 하긴
We usually discriminate with material things. However, we also discriminate our emotions of pleasure and unpleasant. This is what we call discrimination in the Buddhism. So we always say from the Buddhist perspective that we shouldn't have this discriminative thought. So because in reality we cannot choose only one thing. We are only driven to choose. We are only driven to pursue pleasant feelings. We want to be happy, we pursue joy and delight in life. However, this cannot be achieved because if one thing is achieved and the other thing also follows, when something is pleasant and another thing that is unpleasant also arises. This is how our mind works, and the material thing is also the same. Operate the same way. If you think of the something big, that thought comes from the comparison with the small things. If you think of the short distance, you are really thinking of the long distance. So. Physical things, material things, and the emotions are not very different. But in this realm of materials, we see and we hear, we smell, and we taste. We come in contact with our touch. We have these six senses, and six senses we consider them as myself. And since we have these six doors of senses, we have this object. With only eyes, you cannot see. When you have object, then you can have the eye consciousness. So through six door senses, these six sense doors give rise to six objects. And the six sense doors and the six objects, we together call them 12 elements. And when I look at this cup, then I have this perception that it is a cup, then that. So we have six conscious mind. When we put this six conscious mind with the 12 element, then we now have 18 elements. This 18 element is objective realm, and we all give rise to emotions with this 18 elements. We see an emotion arise. We hear, then emotion arises. When we hear praise, then we feel good. When we hear swears or bad words, harsh words, then we become unhappy. It's the same for the tastes and smells and so on. However, if you get punched or something like it, if you are hit, then you feel unpleasant. Thinking, our thought is the same. When you think about something good, then you feel good. If you think about negative things, then you feel unpleasant. So all due to these six sense doors and six objects, we can feel this pain and pleasure. So these 18 elements are object realm. In Buddhism we say they only mind. The realm that we see all comes from our accumulated karma. Then how should I regulate emotions and that I can remove negative things and unpleasant things? That is the fundamental problem we can pose here. So when the music performance was on the stage, there was a character called Rahula. Rahula can be translated as obstruction. When the Buddha, just before the Buddha gained enlightenment, at the time, I think he named his son Rahula as obstruction with deep thought. But however, if we don't do anything, then nothing happens. just as I said before, because of these studies, because that is everything arise and disappear. If we are not born, then there's no death.
정말 진리적으로 보면
From the ultimate truth.
이게 이제 생멸멸이하면 정멸이라기라. 생겨나거나 태어나면
In the birth, if something is born, then that in the end
기분 나쁜 것이
die. So if we have something pleasant, then another thing that is unpleasant will definitely follow. So the Buddha said we shouldn't have this discriminative mind of liking and disliking.
정말 니르바나하는
So far from these feelings of liking, disliking, we can go into the state of liberation called Nibbana.
요것을 뛰어넘으면
So we have to transcend this duality of
영원히 평안하다.
birth and death. Then that is the point that we can reach the ultimate peace. And why we should practice some meditation.
생겨나는 것을 생겨나지
So fundamentally, in order to, it is important to
어려운 말이긴
make
한데
things not happen from not actually making it happen. So this is quite a difficult concept.
행복을 굉장히 추구하는
So people who pursue happiness very much also means that they have deep unfortunate feelings inside. But seeing things as it is and to accept things as it is, so
마음을 평안히 하는
so to relieve everything as it is and to have a peace of mind, so these people, no matter what happens, do not really are affected by this and don't really feel bad about it and do not feel the feeling of not liking it. So basically, there's a lot of ways for sun meditation. And there's a lot of methodologies that has been talked about and will be discussed later on. But for me, the structural issue and the fundamental issue is what I would like to mention today.
인과 불교에서 말하는
So in Buddhism, from cause and effect,
원인과 결과를 이야기하기도 하지만
it literally means cause and effect. However, it also means
반드시 생기는
also if this happens, that happens, and if
감정적으로 좋은
so if
감정과
there
싫은 감정
so the feeling of something good and bad is also here at the same time, because if this happens, another thing happens, both things, it is important to get rid of these both feelings, and that is called sun.
선이 원래는 이제 인도
So originally sun came from India, but in China they call it sun, and in Western countries it's called meditation.
그런데 이 명상과 선은 원래 뿌리는
So meditation and sun, its roots are the same, but basically
괴로움을 없애는
it is to get rid of the sufferings.
없애는 수단이
So it is a method of getting rid of the sufferings. So in this sense, it all means the same. So first of all,
여러 가지
so sun meditation is carried out in a lot of different ways. In the past, among the sun meditation, there's many different types as well. There's Kana sun and other types of sun like Vipassana and etc. But there's also ones for the very much different types of suns like Dharani sun.
많습니다. 그거는 이제 본인이
And this is something that you have to find what's right for you.
선택해서 하면 됩니다.
So
그것이 이제
although there's many different types of sun meditation, what's important is that you find the one that's right for you. So this is how you are able to get rid of the three different feeling and senses, and you can just choose one that most suits you. So this is also already mentioned by Buddha, but in modern society, through the teachings of Buddha, and we try to find inner peace within ourselves. And the method of doing this in the modern society is meditation and sun. So sun and meditation is together called sun meditation. So basically, it is to make peace of your mind, and in order to make this possible, you need to divide
정확히 알아야 되는
and manifest the objective world and your subjective world. So,
감정,
in terms of feelings, it's discrimination, discernment, and
감정 덩어리를
knowing what your feelings are, and to mean that you are decreasing the feelings is also means that you are getting rid of the karmas. So if you make your feelings into zero, then it
중도.
means that you're reaching neutrality.
거기에서 생사가 일어나지 않으니까.
So in that sense, there's no life and death, and therefore there's no sense of feelings and emotions, and therefore it means it is what it is. So no matter what kind of actions we engage in, as mentioned in advance, it is to make ourselves feel better. So drastically speaking, like committing suicide per se is to avoid sufferings, and you choose to commit suicide in order to avoid the suffering. So in the end, it is all about getting rid of your sufferings. So one of the reasons why Buddha became Buddha is because he wanted to get rid of the sufferings. So it's not for finding happiness, it's not for finding his joy, but first of all, it was to get rid of the pains and sufferings. So in terms of son, the sufferings, the pain, my concerns, and our concerns, to get rid of this was the reason for Buddha's path. And this is the fundamental teachings of Buddha and something that Buddha has actually shown through his own practice. So this is very simple concept at the same time. So usually people live to eat well and to live well. That's why you need to earn money, to have power, some honor. And there's a lot of desires that people pursue. And this is purely for your happiness and your joy. However, this is structurally a karma situation for cause and effect concept. Just because you have a lot of money does not really mean that you don't have concerns or sufferings. Just because you have a lot of power does not mean that you don't have any sufferings. So I was able to meet a lot of people in high leadership almost every day because of my position at school. And I've also seen a lot of people with a lot of money. But when I talk to them, what I realize is that they go through a lot of sufferings, even more sufferings than people who engage in blue-collar jobs. So I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say blue collars, but people who work in the labor field, they are not as suffering as these high status society people. So I've seen a lot of people suffering. So among people in Western countries, there were people who I could really respect, but there's not a lot of people. But there's a person I really like. It's called Diogenes. He is a very famous philosopher at the King Alexander the Great's era. And he actually threw away everything and went back to his hometown. He wanted to live in peace. So he went to the countryside and lived there. And he lived like a vagabond. But when Alexander the Great actually goes to him and asks him to become his teacher, and asks him to work for the country, he said no. So Alexander the Great told him that he can do everything that he wanted. Then he said there's only one thing that he really wants. Just move away. Do not shed the sunshine. This is what I want. So in the end, Alexander the Great took him back, and they worked together. But that person was a person who had great awakenings. So I think that he was an academic who had a lot of awakening in the Western, among Western people. So in the end, the cause and it cause the the emotions and discernment is all very important. And the ultimate of the Buddha's teaching is the Diamond Sutra. This is the most fundamental one and most important one. And as you are aware, in the Diamond Sutra, it is summarized into 4 different sectors. So one part of it is something you own, that you hear and you see with your, and something you own with your body. And the object of your own owner is something that you own because you see it yourself. And that is why, because it is very subjective, it is also meaningless at the same time. The owning it is meaningless. So if you look at things truthfully, that is actually seeing things in the correct way. However, we do not do that. We just judge by what we see, and we discriminate by what we see, and we also discern by what we hear. The same with the smelling as well. But the Buddha said not to do this. However, why do we do this?
So this is a verse from the Diamond Sutra. If you see me, the Buddha, with his appearance, then you are deceived. So the meaning of this verse is that don't be deceived by appearance. This is deceitful. This is lie. So don't tell the notion of right or wrong from this appearance. This is the teaching of the Buddha. If you see the appearance and try to find the Buddha nature in there, then you can never find it. It's hard. There's another verse that I really love from the Diamond Sutra. So if you don't abide in and the form, appearance, smell, and and so on. Don't get attached. Don't abide, and give rise to your mind. What that means is that you shouldn't attach your emotion to the material objective reality, and give rise to give rise to the mind, without attaching any emotions. Don't give rise to your mind attached to emotion, attached to appearance. Do not abide in it. Do not attach emotions. Also, don't abide in the smell, contact, and all the objects. So we shouldn't add any emotions to all these objects. You can think as much as you want. You can think of the discriminative thinkings as much as you can. How can you live without those thoughts? However, don't add your emotions on it. Don't overlay your emotions over those things. So because emotions give rise to the cause and effect. So this cause and effect means that the pleasure and suffering come through, repeat through the cycle of samsara. People argue that if there is really samsara or not, whether there is really samsara or not. But in my opinion, it's no need to argue about it. When I have these confused emotions coming and going, and when I divide it into 6 realms, that is what we say, 3 good ways and the 3 bad ways. 3 good ways are pleasant places, three bad ways are extremely negative places. Because we have these three good places, we have three bad places, and our emotions come here and there. It's roaming around all these six realms. That is what we mean samsara. These emotions circle through this loop of six realms, and this is what we call samsara. So there's no need to argue over whether the samsara really is there, and because I have these all six realms inside me, I fear myself. Because I fear myself, of course, everything that I see, all the phenomena I experience through our six sense doors. We see these six objects. We have contact in six objects. Those are all stem from me. The things that I do not know, haven't experienced, doesn't exist in this reality. This relative reality. However, we hear, see, we do these things physically. However, in the larger scale of the cause and effects law, and this object we see and experience can be also interpreted in the way of dependent origination. Things arise and disappear according to dependent arising. So we have this concept of an indra's net, because everything is connected. Everything in this universe is connected. So you and I are not separate. But these are only words. But however, you and I, me and others are totally separated. So the things that the phenomena that I experience, in the case that if somebody says bad things about me, it's not that there is an actor who says bad things about me, but it's my manifestation. What is inside me. So that is how this cycle of cause and effect runs through a cycle. It's like the coin. So these physical objects are just like the two sides of a coin. They are just in one body. However, we divide them into two sides. This is another story. These days, quantum physics are in trend. All the lights, cell phones, they are all based on the quantum physics. The quantum physics have two axes, and one of them is called entanglement. There are two axes in the quantum physics, and one is the particles are waves. The scientists called Newton, right? At that time, the light and all the things were called the particles, made up of particles. And in 1980, Thomas Young challenged Newton. He said everything is made up of waves. There is a very famous experiment in physics. If a bullet is flying over there, then the bullet will go through that wall, right? The one bullet will go through the wall. The smallest building block of all the matter is called atom. And let's imagine that the atom is as big as this room, And this, the chair of the board of the trustee of the Dong University is sitting right here. Let's say that he is the nuclear of this atom. And if there is just a grain of bean, then that bean, a grain of bean can be, we can consider it as the electron. So this electron is just as small as just as a bean. You know, it's that small compared to this room. So all these phenomena works with these electrons and nucleus. So you are all also made up with these electrons and the nucleus. So the body we have, you know, we all, me and you, all of you are material, matter. However, Thomas Young carried an experiment, you know, and if the bullet goes through this wall, then this wall spread out of the hole that the bullet makes is spread all around the original place. Can you understand it? There's a bullet there on the wall, and there's not just one hole of the bullet, but however, there are many holes around the original place. There are many holes around the original place. So Einstein did not figure it out until he died. He denied it until he died.
But that has not been proven. So it caused a dual slit experiment. But now we don't know that. We do know the phenomenon, that it has been proven. However, we do not understand that. So Lielsberg, what he says, that if you know quantum physics, then it's not knowing it. Because it's not supposed to be understood, because it doesn't make sense. So what we see, what we think, and this world is different. However, even regardless of that, whether the bullet left many traces, whether the door was left hard, it's what happened. What really important is whether I feel good or bad. So everything comes down to how you feel. So here, you and I are engaging together, but this is also to make us feel better in the end. Because we don't need to do this. If you don't like, if you're going to feel bad about it, you don't have to do it, and you should not do it. However, all action, all consciousness, and everything is done in order to make us feel better. So as for a couple, family, parent-child relationship, in the end, this is to make us feel better. It is we get married, we get children, and we love our children, and this is all to make us feel better. And this is to do what we want and do what we want to do. And this is ultimately to make us feel better. But because things do not turn the way that we want, that is why people cry and people are frustrated. So all human beings can be regarded as an emotion. That is why we say that the human beings the sentients are people with emotions, with suratas. However, that emotion, if that sentience, if you only pursue something good, it's not good for you, because the moment that you are born, death is expected. And if the sun rises, sun will set. And it's the same for sentience as well. If we have joyful emotions, happiness, and sentience, it also is directly related to unhappiness and sufferings and pain because we already have that. It goes in both sides.
어떻게 올지는
So we
그
don't
이유에
know
따라서
how it will come to us, but it will depend on how life flows.
걸어가다가
We may
돌에 튀어서
walk on the
자빠졌잖아요.
street, and if you just fall down because you stumbled upon a rock, for example,
기분이 나쁘겠죠.
then you feel bad about it.
자, 돌에 채이는 그 시점.
The moment that you stumble upon a rock, and the moment that you fall down and hurt your knee, for example, the moment that you recognize this and that your feeling is hurt, it's not just a coincidence.
날리는 것도
Even a simple dust flying around us is not a coincidence. However, it is all connected with each other through Indrama.
이게 그냥 우연히 생기는 게 아니에요.
So it
내가 기분이
happens,
좋고 나쁜 거기에 의해서
and it's not by coincidence. And whether I feel good or bad,
세상 움직임이 또 달라지기는 하는데
the world also
세상
moves
움직임이
as
이렇게
well.
달라지든
But
저렇게 달라지든
whether no
하나님께서는
matter how the world
아무
moves
상관없어요.
and flows, it does not matter.
그냥
That is what
따라서
Buddha told us.
생로병사 성주 개공할 뿐이다.
According to what life flows you, you just go with the flow. Something is born, something dies, something happens, and something disappears,
그래서
and it constantly repeats.
일체 모든 것은
And therefore, everything in one, everything that you see and listen, including myself,
여몽한포용 꿈 같고
is just like a summer night's
물고기
dream.
같고
It's
그림자
like
같고
a
여러 여겨진
shadow,
이슬과 같고
and it's like a dew in the
번개불과
morning,
같다고.
and like a lightning. It just happens and
그래서
disappears.
굳이
And
거기에
that is
내가
why you don't have to be obsessed about something and to feel and to recur the feeling of happiness and sufferings. Because if you do that, it's just onto you. Because you made it, and that is why you suffer.
그래서 그거를 먼저 그것을 처음에 말씀드린 그 감정 인과
So
분별
the discernment and the sentience, to get rid of it is to get rid of the karma.
자 그렇다면 그거를 없애지나요?
Then does it disappear?
감정 덩어리가 없어지나요?
Do these cluster emotions
돼요.
disappear?
이거는 뭐
No,
수억
it's
억
not
동안
possible.
만들어져 왔기
So it
때문에
has been
이 감정 덩어리는
created
없어지죠.
through hundreds of millions of years, and that is
자,
why it's
그럼
very
없애는
difficult to get
방법이
rid
뭐예요?
of these emotions. Then how do you do
없애는
this?
방법은
Is there a method to do
보통
this?
이제 무심해라.
Usually,
마음을 비워라.
it is
보통
to
그러잖아요.
let
근데
things go and to
마음을
clear
비우는
your mind.
이유를 알아야
Then we need to know
왜
why we
마음을
need to
비워야
clear our
하는가?
minds and let things go. Why do
아까
we do this? Why do we have to do this?
왜 마음을
As I
비워야 하는
have mentioned
이유를
before,
지금까지 제가 말씀드렸는데
this what I've explained so far is the reason why we need to let things go from our heart and mind.
알아들으시겠어요?
Can you understand it a little bit?
자, 한 분은 열심히 주무시는데.
I can see that someone's asleep right now.
자, 그래서 우리가 선명상을 왜 해야 되는가?
So why do we need to engage in sun meditation?
일단 감정을
First of all,
일으키지
it
않는
is
연습을
to
하기 위해서
practice
그렇게
not
하려면
to
마음이
arouse
일단
emotions.
물리적으로나
In order to make that possible, your
고요해져야
mind
돼요.
needs to be calm,
그래서 우리가 고요한
whether
곳을
physically
찾아요.
or environmentally.
그리고
That is why we
거기에서
find a
모든
quiet
걱정,
place,
근심을
and to get rid of all the
하나,
concerns
하나
and
하지
pains
않고.
and sufferings, and we need to try to do that.
그래서 감정을 우선
And first of all, you need to calm your emotions. And in order to make this possible,
주변 환경부터
you need
고요해야
to
되고요.
make your
그래서
environment calm.
가장 좋은 방법이
So the
뭔가
best way to
찾아보니까
do this, when I looked for
자선이야.
it, is to sit and meditate.
그 중에서 그러니까 감정을 일으키지 않으려는
So in
가장 좋은
one of the
방법
most
중에
best
하나가
methods of
자선이에요.
not making emotions is to sit and meditate. That is why among sun meditation, the sitting and meditating is the most easy one. And while doing the meditation while you're sitting and the practice of not making emotions, if it becomes and if it extends, then you can stand up and move and talk to someone, to work something, and even then you don't have emotions arising out of you. So then what do you mean by not making emotions?
감정이 일어나지 않으면요.
So if you do not make emotions, then you will
의식이나 이 감정이 아라한테
come
되어요.
to you will pursue the level of arahant.
아라한급이 정도 되면
So if you reach the level of arahant, then you can maintain and you can manage your emotions very well, no matter what you go through.
별로 없어요.
There's not much that can distress you.
그러면 그 최고 단계 무하까지
Then
올라가서
if you reach the highest level, muha, and then the next level is that you
보살이 되고 아란이 되면 신선처럼 가만히 아무
will
일도
become
별로 잘 안 해요. 뭐 신선 노릇한다
the arahant or Buddha Vista, Buddhavata.
급으로 올라가면은
That if you actually move to become the level of Buddha
감정을 내지 않고
Sapta,
저절로 행동이 돼요.
then you can actually act by yourself voluntarily.
신구의 삼업이 청정해지고 저절로
Because your feelings
우리의
become more
자제성이
transparent and you can actually naturally make actions to think and to talk voluntarily by yourself.
이게 보살 행위예요.
And that is actually the actions and how the Bodhisattva actually carries out its activities.
보시 저절로
So-
내가 마음을 다 비워버리니까 보시가 저절로 되잖아요.
You can
내가
actually,
마음을 다 비워버리니까
if you actually let things go and
저절로
don't make any emotions, you can actually become more compassionate and to make efforts by yourself and to
저절로 지혜가
voluntarily have wisdom.
생깁니다. 보살이 하는
So
행동이
a lot of the
역발하는
actions
겁니다.
of
그래서
the
우리는 내 마음을
Bodhisattva
평안히
is
하고
exactly like this. So we try to make our inner peace and to control our emotions and to get rid of all the concerns and frustrations and sufferings. And the most active way to do this is by
보살 행을 따라 하는 거예요.
following the actions of the Bodhisattva. And that is why you need to be kind to others. Do not ask questions, and also you need to donate.
작용이 또 다시 일어나가지고
So if you keep on putting emotions, then you will have the three emotional feelings as well, and this will also lead to other sufferings and pain. And that is why you need to keep on making donations, because it's not yours from the beginning.
하면 이제 그때는
If you say that something is your own, then another pains and sufferings occur. So nothing is yours, and that is why you need to keep on donating. So it just happens on its own. And this is called the action of compassion and kindness.
그래서 아까 양자역학에 제가
So in quantum physics, as I've mentioned before, the overlapping phenomenon, as everything becomes a particle and a material, and in the end, if through dual slit experiment, it's not a particle. You cannot say that it's not a particle when you shoot a bullet and it becomes not just one hole but multiple holes.
팍 퍼져버리는 거예요. 요 하나를 쐈는데
You fire one bullet, but that bullet diverges into different places. It's just like our mind is just like that.
마주치면 부딪히잖아요.
When particles encounter, they crash.
근데 그게 이제 입자가 아니고 파동이 되는
However, because the building blocks of material are waves, they do not crash. They embrace each other. They integrate with each other. Our mind is pretty much the same. If you just remove the clumps of emotion, then
로서 구성된 마음이 아니고
our mind is not something made up of
없어진 그러면 이제
particle, but our mind is something that is made up of waves. And so whatever you think, whatever you do, there is no suffering following. So Kanasan serves as the plays the role to cut all these processes. So actually, Kanasan is something that is very difficult for elderly people. So we should start with some meditation to calm our mind first. Whatever you do, whatever you see, even if you drink coffee or you eat something good, whatever you do to reduce your emotional overlay over the phenomena.
이 순간에도
At this very moment that I'm speaking to you,
저는 감정이 별로 없어요.
I do not have any emotions and feelings.
자, 그래서 요것만 잘 조절하면
So if you can regulate this, then you can stay as it is. And more than you just feel good, you just stay the same. You become stable, settled. You do, it's not like extreme happiness or joy. So when you experience this high level of happiness, when the moment passes, then you feel empty. We all have this kind of experience. So more than that, without any extreme emotions, we just stay the same, stay stable, and we call it a nirvana and the other shore.
인과관계라든가 모든 인연 관계에서
All the relationships, all the flows of our life, and we need to get out of this. This is called the escape from the six realms of samsara. If I talk about, quantum physics, then I think you'll be more interested, but due to the time constraint, I'm going to stop here. But I want to share only one thing. So I just said that all the matters are, I mentioned about particles and waves, and everything. In quantum physics, they prove that everything in the universe are closely connected. I talked about the Indrasnet. Ancient time, I calculated that with the speed. So the fastest speed is the speed of light. So there's nothing that can run faster than the speed of light. However, that has been disproven, and we call it entanglement. For example, there is red and let's just say there is a red and blue ball, and if we mix them in a box, and if I place one ball in a star that is far away from the Earth, then if I open the box right here and open the box and confirm that it is blue, that I have a blue ball in here, then we can infer that a red ball is out there in another star. If the moment that I confirm that I have a blue ball, then we can refer for sure that the red ball is in another star. So this is quantum physics. This is spontaneity.
마찬가지인데 그게 이제 소위 우리가 말하는 영혼 이런 거 다 연결이 돼.
Like this is also connected with the spirit, souls. We cannot see them with our bare eyes, ghosts and the souls. We cannot say that they really exist, whether they exist or not. I think they are the manifestation of our consciousness. And
수억 광년, 수천억 광년 떨어진 것도 빛의 속도로 가면 수천억 광년이지만
if let's say that there is a star that the stars are so far away, uncountable, a distance away. However, we have this spontaneity in the reality.
컴퓨터가 큐비트라고 그래요. 큐비트. 성능이 이를테면 100만 배, 1000만 배.
So now we have a computer with extreme capacity, and which can make our world confused. However, the most important is that I should be stable, comfortable. What I have in the world, even if the world turns upside down, the most important is that I should be comfortable and stable. And for that, the thing that I should do is some meditation. So from now on, from the five minute meditation, frequent meditation, or reciting, reading scriptures,
그 방법이
So you have to find a way that uplift your mood. So whatever you choose, what kind of practice you choose, you have to make an endeavor doing it every day and continuously. So if you practice it relentlessly, then outer conditions will just flow as it is. So as the Buddha said from the Diamond Sutra, things outside are just like dews and illusional. So from now on, we should practice sun meditation. We all together should practice it. Then we can build a pure land.
전국 전 세계가 하면
And
그게 바로
if everybody on the across the globe, then we can create this poor land.
손명상을 하시기 바랍니다.
So I hope you practice some meditation from today. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 제6회 서울국제 명상 엑스포.
Thank you. This was a keynote speech by Venerable Chinnu, President of Chogyal Order of Korean Buddhism on the Sun meditation and emotional regulation. Please give him a big round of applause for his keynote speech. Next, we will move on to taking a commemorative photo. We will clear the stage for the photo. Venerable Chinnu, as he has mentioned, we, during this whole day, experienced many different types of emotions like happiness and depression and sadness and joy. And we are in a whirlwind of emotions. Rather than being obsessed or be carried away by it, it would be very great if we are able to let things go and to find inner peace. And I do hope that all the inner peace will be with all of you here today, and to keep the teachings of Venerable Chinnu in our hearts and to practice this in our daily lives. Now we have finished preparations for taking a commemorative photo. We will have everyone who will participate in the commemorative photos, please come up to the stage. The conference will begin soon, so I would like to ask everyone to be seated and to pay attention to the stage.
Even though we are starting late, I will end on time.
I would like to ask for your understanding that the event is being delayed a little bit, but we will begin as soon as we are prepared. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now let us begin the meditation conference of the 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo. I am Professor Jung Young-hee from Department of Meditation and Counseling Psychology at Dongyung University, and I will be your host for today's conference. The 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo is being held under the theme Meditation 2025, The Path to Oneness. The conference will be held for 2 days. On the first day, the lectures will be under the theme Meditation Mental Health, and 5 lectures tomorrow under the theme The Social Value of Meditation. This event is also being streamed live online via Seoul International Meditation Expo YouTube channel. Now, to open our conference, we welcome Dr. Rick Hansen, Senior Fellow at the Great Good Science Center at UC Berkeley and Chair of the Global Compassion Coalition, who will give a keynote lecture on mind cultivation of a peaceful, happy, and loving heart. So he will open the door for the conference. Good afternoon, Dr. Rick Hansen. So a lot of people are here today to listen to your lecture.
청중들께 인사의 말씀과 간단한
So I would like to
인사의
ask for
말씀과
you
오늘의
to give a
특별한
brief
강연 부탁드립니다.
greetings to the audience.
In my heart,
그럼 오늘의 강연 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 부탁드립니다.
yes.
Then we will
in
listen
my
to the
heart,
lecture
I
now.
imagine all of you there. I would be with you, except that my wife has health problems, and so I am staying here in California. But my heart is with you in Korea. So I am going to present some slides. I know that you have seen the slides and that they have been translated into Korean. So out of respect for this entire event, I am going to treat this more as a kind of workshop rather than a boring lecture. The Buddha emphasized practice over theory, and I hope we can explore together what it means to truly practice in ways that gradually transform and purify and liberate the heart-mind altogether. I know that we have started a little late. No problem. We can practice equanimity, one of the 7 factors of awakening, and also one of the 4 Brahmaviharas, equanimity, emotional balance, sometimes described as walking evenly on uneven ground. And the beginning of any conference is normally somewhat uneven ground, and yet in our minds we can move evenly across it. So now I will begin to share my slides, and I will in them emphasize the how of transforming ourselves based on modern brain science, informed by ancient wisdom. I will move quickly
어떻게 그
through the
방법을
why,
모색할까 생각합니다.
and we will have the
왜인지
most
빨리
time
설명을
for the
드리고
how,
대부분의
and I will
시간은
still end on time, including
그
an
저는
opportunity
정확하게
toward
시간에
the end to respond
끝낼
to 2
거지만 그리고
very
강의
good
끝에
questions that
갈
have already
때는
come in.
제가 2개의 그 질문에
So,
대한
let's
대답을
go.
충분한 시간을 들여서 대답하도록 하겠습니다.
I want
그리고
to talk
시작하겠습니다.
first
저는 먼저
about the deliberate growth, the deliberate development, bhavana in Sanskrit or Pali, the ancient languages of early Buddhism, the gradual development of wholesome qualities. So to explain this, I think that practice is like a bird with 2 wings. One wing is to simply be with things as they are. We may not like them, or maybe we like them, but either way, we accept them for the reality of what they are. The other wing of the great bird of practice and awakening is to work with conditions, to work with what's there. Being with the mind is primary. It is the foundation of all practice, and it is where we develop over time, so that increasingly we are simply being with the moment-to-moment stream of consciousness and reality altogether. We are simply being with it as it arises and passes away continuously. That is where we develop eventually over time. But to get there, we must also work with the mind. For many reasons, and I have listed 4 of them or 3 of them here. Just watching the stream of consciousness is usually not enough, which is why in Buddhism and in other traditions of spirituality, as well as in modern clinical psychology, there is a lot of emphasis on ideas and tools for working with your mind. It is also true that modern people today usually have only a limited amount of time for deep practice, such as sustained by the great monastics in the past and in the present in different traditions, who can devote their entire lives to practice, including meditating 3, 6, 10 hours a day. That's beautiful and important, but most people cannot do that, so they must actively work with their own mind. One particular reason that's very important to know about in terms of science is that your brain and my brain have what's called a negativity bias. The reason for this is that as our ancestors evolved, it was important to both get good things and avoid bad things. But avoiding bad things was more urgent and intense and consequential, usually, for survival. So when you think about your day, you can realize, especially if you develop some mindfulness, you can realize that your brain is automatically doing 5 things. It is automatically looking for bad news out in the world and inside your body and inside your own consciousness. And then second, when it finds it, it over-focuses on it. And then third, we overreact to what is negative. And 4, quickly store it in memory. For example, if 10 things happen in a day, 9 were good, 1 was not good, what do we usually think about when we are getting ready to go to sleep? It's the one that was not so good. This is normal. This is hardwired as a tendency. And then 5, stressful, worrying, angry, sad, hurtful experiences release stress hormones in the body, which go into your brain and then sensitize your brain to the negative in both the amygdala and the hippocampus. These 5 processes are natural. And then what they do, number 6 in my slide, is they create vicious cycles with others. This is why I say we have a brain that is like Velcro for bad experiences, but Teflon for good ones. The negativity bias functions as a kind of bottleneck. What it does is it lets in to our bodies and our brains and our nervous system all kinds of negative experiences, including the small negative experiences of daily life. And meanwhile, because the brain keeps focusing on the negative, it does not really have time often to take in, to internalize the green balls here of beneficial experiences, which are the building blocks of cultivating, developing, and growing that which we really, really, really would like to have inside. So because of the brain's negativity bias, and for other reasons as well, we also need to work with the mind. I think of the mind as like a garden. We can do 3 things with a garden, just like we can do 3 things with the mind. We can be with it, witnessing it, observing it, but not trying to directly change it. Or second, in our garden, we can pull weeds. We can remove what is a problem. And third, we can grow flowers. We can develop more and more of what is good. The first of these is being with the mind, witnessing it, witnessing the garden. And the second and the third are the 2 aspects of working with the mind. There is sometimes a natural flow. If we are bothered by something, upset about it, or it's a problem for us, first we be with it, and then at a certain point, we focus on letting go, releasing, pulling the weeds, and then third, we focus on replacing what we released with something beneficial. This is a fundamental framework for anyone who is working, who is doing practice, whether it's your personal practice as a meditator, or you are helping others as a therapist or an educator or a coach. Let be, let go, let in, These are the three primary ways to practice with our mind. It's interesting that a couple thousand years ago, 2,500 years ago, the Buddha emphasized right effort in the Eightfold Path with these two aspects of working with the mind. It's also true that much of the rest of the Eightfold Path does also involve working with the mind, not just witnessing it. The cultivation of wise view, wise intention, wise speech, wise livelihood, wise action, wise concentration, as well as wise effort, and also many of the elements in the Satipatthana Sutta of wise or right mindfulness all involve working with the mind. I think many people, honestly, are too passive and inert in their relationship to their own mind. Yes, there are some dangers in working with it too much. Okay, let's avoid those dangers. But there are also dangers in just watching the mind, which tends to keep being what it is. So another way to think about this is in terms of three aspects of practice that I like, to think of it as like a three-legged stool. Each leg is metta, sati, and bhavana. These are very ancient words, essentially, for loving, knowing, and growing. You might ask yourself, as we start this beautiful conference, where are you strong in these three? And maybe which one of these three is the weakest for you, and therefore the one that would be really useful to focus on these days. For a long time, I was pretty good at knowing. I was good at my mindfulness, but I was not so good at metta or loving. And I needed to work on that, which is something that I've been doing. And of course, we must also have learning, growing as bhavana. And I will now start talking about what we could grow inside and how to grow it. So, what shall we grow? There's a very fundamental model in science, including in healthcare, that a person's life, even your day, is shaped by three things. What is challenging, the vulnerabilities that those challenges affect, and the resources out in the world and inside yourself that you use to deal with those challenges. Working with all of these is important. I tend to focus on resources because they are the most hopeful, and also often there is the greatest opportunity because challenges and vulnerabilities are often slow to change. Of resources, we can locate them out in the world, in the body, and in the mind. It is good to develop resources in all three areas. I'm for that. And developing resources in your mind has special opportunities and benefits. We can work with our mind at any point, and there are lots of ways to change it. And we take the benefits with us wherever we go. So now I am going to focus on growing resources in your mind. Some examples of resources in Western psychology, perhaps also in Korean psychology, I don't know. These can be called character strengths, virtues, and you can also see the references here, which are in the back of my slide set. I brought the references along because I thought Korea, very smart, educated, scientific people, they will want to see the references. So I have included them in my slide set. In simpler terms, we could think of mental resources in terms that are often used in clinical psychology. I am a clinical psychologist. I do psychotherapy with people. And you can see terms here like empathy, or compassion, or gratitude, even happiness, or resilience, or a sense of personal agency. These are different strengths, is how I think of them. It's like we are growing strengths in our own psychology. These strengths are very useful for us. And the more that a person's life is hard, the more that the world is pushing on them, and the more that no one is helping them, the more important it is to grow strengths inside themselves. Even in Buddhism, there are many examples of inner strengths that are important to grow. We have the 3 pillars of practice and the 3 strengths there, the Brahma Viharas, the factors of awakening, jhana factors for the right concentration element of the Eightfold Path, and of course, insight, disenchantment, relinquishment, renunciation. These are qualities to grow inside us. So, how about you? What inner strengths, what mental resources are you trying to develop inside of the people you work with, or teach, or live with, or parent? And, really important, what are you trying to develop inside yourself? And when I say develop, I do not mean getting stressed out about it. I do not mean craving. That's the second noble truth, which leads to suffering. I do not mean craving what you want to grow, and I do not mean avoiding or turning away from what is negative or hard or for you. That is why the first kind of practice, being with the mind, is foundational. While being with the mind, we can also be interested in growing flowers in the garden of our mind. What are you trying to develop yourself these days? It could really help to be aware of how you are helping yourself to grow and become who you would like to be. So then, if you have a sense of what you're trying to grow, maybe greater calm, maybe more patience, maybe more sense of self-worth, maybe more confidence, maybe more self-respect. Okay, whatever it might be. How are you trying to accomplish this? How does growth actually work inside your own brain? I have seen many, many people who kind of ignore this question. They are really focused on using what's already there. Beautiful. But what about growing the good that lasts inside ourselves? A very large fraction of who we become is learned in various ways. We acquire qualities. Okay, how can we accelerate? How can we strengthen and deepen these processes of learning inside ourselves? That's what I'd like to explore with you. Much of the time, there is a growth 1.0 approach in which people are regarded as uniform, everyone's the same, passive, things happen to them, and along the way, there might be some growth or learning if it happens. That is a very common model in education, mindfulness training, contemplative training, psychotherapy, coaching, and other forms of personal growth. A growth 1.0 model. In a growth 2.0 model, which is what I emphasize and I think is a great opportunity for us, People are generally regarded as individuals who have their own unique qualities, who have agency in their own treatment and growth. They are active and have agency, and they are deliberately learning along the way. The difference between these models is really important because the Growth 1.0 model leads to less growth than we could actually have. Here is where I'd like to talk about what is happening in your brain when you are helping yourself become who you would like to be. To simplify, let's say that you would like to develop a greater sense of inner peace. Okay, how do you develop a greater sense of inner peace? It happens in 2 steps. First step, you must experience what you want to grow. And then in the second step, it must leave a lasting physical change in neural structure or function. Without that lasting change in the nervous system, there is no lasting change in the mind. So I use different words for these 2-step process, but the fundamental matter is to experience it and receive it. That is the 2-step process, but unfortunately, many people keep skipping over and forgetting the second step. To give you some background information, there are many mechanisms of neuroplastic change, and the major mechanisms are listed here. Don't worry, I will not talk about each one of these, and there will be no test, but I'm putting them here to appreciate the ways in which the nervous system really can be changed by the experiences that we're having, which gives us great opportunities to change it for the better. This general process of change and the 2 steps I've described are summarized in the increasingly well-known saying, neurons that fire together can wire together. 2 steps here. This means that if we're attempting to cultivate wholesome, beneficial, positive qualities in our mind, we must also be changing our brain. There are many examples of how personal practice can change the brain for the better. There are also many examples of how personal practice can change the brain for the worse. For example, there's a traditional saying that your mind takes its shape from what it repeatedly rests upon. The modern update, based on neuroplasticity, is that your brain literally takes its physical shape from what your mind repeatedly rests upon, for better or worse. Now, in terms of for better, here is an image from a research study on the effects of meditation on the brain. And the simple summary here is that there was increased white matter, or gray matter. There was increased cortical thickness in 3 main areas. Number 1, tuning into your own body. Number 2, if I can see the slide here, regions behind the forehead that involve regulating attention. And number 3, a little bit of increase in parts of the brain that tune into your sensations. The other point on the bottom is that people who routinely meditate protected their brains compared to the red square people who did not meditate, and as they got older, their cortex got increasingly thinner. This is not dementia, it's normal cognitive decline due to aging, but the key takeaway here is that we need to use it so we do not lose it. So what does this all mean? The fundamental summary is that experiencing is good, learning is better. Experiencing without learning may be nice, but there is no lasting value. And a very humbling question is, what fraction of our experiences really lead to good change that lasts inside? And what fraction of our experiences are wasted on our brain? And what fraction of the experiences of the people we teach or do therapy with or help, what fraction of their experiences are wasted on their brains? How can we not waste our experiences in terms of their lasting value potential? You might ask yourself, how often does this happen for you? You know, maybe you have a beautiful experience, a new way of being, oh, it feels so good, but it does not stick. It does not stabilize. Or good intentions, or habits that you've been trying to change, but just do not change. So I want to explore with you now the actual how of you during this expo and in the days to come, based on real science, the actual how you can change your own brains for the better. That's what we're going to focus on now. So think about 4 lives, 4 learning curves. One person goes downhill, decline, no learning. Then a second person stays the same. A third person has linear growth. They are developing and healing and growing over time. And a fourth person has exponential growth because they are learning to learn along the way. So how do we do it? What's the fundamental science of this? It's interesting that there are 3 kinds of factors or causes of developing mental resources. One kind of factor is external, and you can see them listed here. Another type of factor is very global internally, like a growth mindset or mindfulness in general. And then there is the crucial third factor that is internal and is how we engage directly the experiences we are having at the time. Engagement factors, that third type, have special advantages. I will not list all the advantages here because you can see them and you have them in your notes, including in Korean. But there are many advantages for what are called engagement factors. And I have created an overall model that integrates engagement factors together. To be very clear, I did not invent these factors. And in the references, you will see good studies that support each one of these 9 factors. What I have tried to do is to pull them together in a comprehensive framework and then apply them for personal healing as well as personal growing and even awakening. So let's take a look at these factors and realize that we can also help others with them. So here's the structure of all this. And by the way, I will now take a quick check. Good. Everything is working. I'm happy about that. I use the acronym in English, HEAL, H-E-A-L. I don't know what this would be in Korean. You can make up your own if you like. First, we have the experience of what we want to grow, and then we internalize. So let's take a look at each one of these 4 simple steps that you can do very quickly and quietly inside yourself anytime you want. So we begin with having some kind of beneficial experience, either because we are already having it or because we create it, like deliberately getting in touch with some compassion for another person. All right? Then, if we want to help the green ball to come in, we can enrich the experience. There are 5 ways to enrich an experience so it changes your brain, so it really sinks in. I will just name these fairly quickly, and you can read more about them in the slides, and you can look up the references. So, here we go. The longer we experience something, the more it tends to leave lasting traces behind. Duration. Second, the more intense it is, the greater the impact it will have. In my slide here, by the way, what you see with the arrow and the purple is how you can do this yourself, experientially. And then the third factor of enriching, I call multimodality. Be aware of as many aspects of the experience as possible. Novelty, see what is new or different about the experience. And last, salience or personal relevance. Why would this experience matter to me? Now here so far, I have listed 5 different factors. Any one will be helpful to you. And if you like, you can use more than one in a particular experience. As I went through that list, you might have thought to yourself, oh, I do some of this, or oh, my teacher does some of this with me. Beautiful. Like I said, I did not invent these. When we look at them, we realize, oh yeah, they're good. They work. Well, that means we should use them. Okay? So then on to absorbing, in which we take this nice big green ball of an experience and receive it into ourselves. This means sensitizing your brain so that it is more receptive to now the big enriched experience it is having. And there are 3 ways to do this. We can intend to receive the experience inside. We are not blocking it, we are not pushing it away, we intend to receive it. We can also have a very strong sense, here, number 7, interoception, with that it is coming in, like a warm, soothing liquid coming into us, or a light coming in, or with children, I might say, imagine a jewel that you are putting in the treasure chest of your heart. And last, for absorbing, very, very useful. Get a sense of what is enjoyable or meaningful about this experience. Because as the sense of reward increases in your brain, activity of dopamine and norepinephrine in the hippocampus increases well, which increases the prioritization and the consolidation of the experience in your nervous system. It's a little bit like a fire. First, number 1, have a fire. Either because, in other words, have an experience, either because it is already burning or you light it. Second, enriching, protect the fire and even add logs to it so it burns more brightly and keeps burning. And then third, absorbing, receive the fire into yourself. Then we have the optional 4th step of the HEAL process. Again, H-E-A-L. We're on the last one, in which we use a method that is very common in the contemplative traditions and also very common in psychotherapy, in which we associate positive and negative material while keeping the positive bigger and not getting hijacked by the negative material, not getting dragged away by it. You might have an example here. For myself, I think, well, when I was a boy, I was shy and very young, going through school, and small compared to other kids. And so I increasingly felt weak and that no one liked me, that I was pushed away. Okay. Then when I got into adulthood and went to college, I started to realize, oh, I could look for experiences of what had been missing for me in my childhood. Experiences, simple, ordinary, small ones, but real ones, in which I was included or appreciated, valued, wanted by other people. And when I started having those experiences, I realized as well that I could kind of have them connect with the places inside me that felt sad and small and unloved. And so I was linking. I was helping the useful, positive experience be matched to a place inside that was either empty or wounded, and sometimes both. So you might ask yourself today, wow, what would really help me these days if it was more present in my mind? And how then can you have more experiences of that to grow it? And when you grow it inside your mind, possibly could you use linking for it to connect with and soothe and bring wisdom to and heal and eventually even replace the painful, younger, negative material that is inside everyone. So those are the 9 evidence-based, fundamental things we can do inside our own mind as wise effort inside our own mind to grow the good that lasts inside for our sake and the sake of others. That's what we're doing here. We are growing the good that lasts. Now, as I approach an end here, and then I will answer 2 questions and respond to them and then finish, I have used a lot of words to describe something that is fundamentally simple. We all know how to do it. Every child knows how to do this, but we tend to forget it, and we live in societies that are moving so fast that we have to make a deliberate effort to slow down and receive the good inside ourselves. And during this beautiful expo, you will have many opportunities to slow down for a breath, or 2 breaths or 3, to stay with an experience that is helpful for you, and to feel it in your body so it will have more effect on you, and to appreciate what feels good about it or is meaningful for you. Just those 3. Extending the duration of the experience, feeling it in your body, and appreciating what is rewarding about it. Those 3 are included in the 9 methods I just taught, and you can use them anytime you want throughout this entire expo, and other methods as well based on science that we just explored. Those are the aspects of enjoy it. Have the experience that's helpful and enjoy it to help it really, really sink in. There is a beautiful, beautiful proverb in the Buddhist tradition, in the Dhammapada, that I love. And this proverb says, "Think not lightly of good, saying, it will not come to me. Drop by drop is the water pot filled. And likewise, the wise one, gathering it little by little, fills oneself with good." It's a step-by-step process. It's drop by drop, synapse by synapse, that we grow and change for the better. There is also a beautiful teaching in Tibetan Buddhism from Milarepa, a great sage, who was looking back at his whole life, his whole life of practice, leading to enlightenment. And he said about his life, in the beginning, nothing came. In the middle, nothing stayed. And in the end, nothing left. And this really describes, doesn't it, the arc or trajectory of practice. In the beginning, we try to experience things. Maybe our teacher tells us something. We can see that they are experiencing it, but it's not real for us yet. It has not come. In the second stage, we can have those experiences. Great. But when they pass through, nothing remains. Nothing stays. But in the end, with repetition, nothing leaves. We have really developed these beautiful traits. There are many benefits in this process of deliberately internalizing and not being passive inside your own mind. And I have listed a number of really important benefits here. I would say just try it. And you will see the benefits very directly in your own life. And with repetition, you can really experience changes in yourself. Fundamentally, we have a sacred power, each one of us, to influence who we are becoming inside the innermost temple of our being. No matter how bad it is outside us, we have a fundamental freedom in the core of our being to choose how we will relate to what is happening outside us and inside us. And we have a fundamental power, no matter what is happening, to learn a little from it every day. And what we learn each day, how we heal each day, how we grow each day, might be pretty small that day. But those small amounts, day after day after day after day, gradually grow to something really big. And as we do this, we start to have positive cycles with others. As we grow more of the good inside, naturally, we are able to create more of the good outside us. We are more able to contribute. And other people start responding to us better. Not always, not perfectly, but often they respond to us better. So I love this Chinese proverb. If you keep a green bough in your heart, a singing bird will come. So finishing up here, I think that learning is the most important strength of all, because it is the strength that we use to grow all the other strengths we need. So learning how to learn, knowing how to learn, whatever is important to you, is, I think, the greatest strength of all. As we develop ourselves in the ways I've described, through meditation, through practice, through other means, we change ourselves. We develop more and more what could be called resilient well-being. We develop an unshakable core inside that is affected but does not collapse when life is challenging. That's very important. And as more and more individuals develop these inner strengths at the level of groups and the level of countries, they become harder to manipulate and intimidate with the classic manipulations of bad leaders of fear and anger, greed and possessiveness, and us against them conflicts. This means that our personal development is not just good for us, it's good for others, and along with others who are also developing, this is good for our whole world and a very important development now in the 21st century. So, thank you for your beautiful attention. Thank you for being part of this here. Now I will turn off my slides and answer the 2 questions that have come in so far. Oh, it is very nice. Hello, hello. Clap, clap. Good to see you too. I'm so glad that we can practice together and be with each other. So nice.
네, 감사합니다. 리켄슨 박사님께서는 우리들에게 붓다 브레인, 유로 다르마 등으로 잘 알려져 있으시죠. 오늘 강연에서는 우리의 뇌가 생존을 위해서 부정 편향으로 진화되어 왔기 때문에 의도적인 수행을 통해서 긍정적으로 변화시켜야 할 필요성과 가능성에 대해서 말씀해 주셨습니다. 단순히 마음을 지켜보고 하는 것에서 넘어서 우리가 의도적으로 우리가 경험한 것을 내면화하고 긍정적으로 변화시켜 갈 수 있는 구체적인 실전법인 HEAL 기법까지 말씀해 주신 것 같습니다. 또한 이러한 개인의 내면 성장이 사회 전체의 건강으로까지 이어질 수 있다라고 하는 말씀 가슴에 와닿는 부분인 것 같습니다. 이제 말씀 주셨듯이 Q&A 시간을 가지고자 합니다. 저희가 여러분들 사전 신청을 받을 당시 질문을 받아서 선정해 두었습니다. 이제 그 질문을 드려보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째 질문입니다.
So I think I should try to answer the 2 questions.
먼저 질문을 청중들께 말씀을 드리고
I
부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
I will announce the question first to the audience. The first question is, if the amount of time spent on meditation training is the same, do you think the effects on neural networks might differ, depend on each person's temperament or disposition?
It's a great question, and it makes me think about individual differences, including people who are more spirited or have attention issues, maybe hyperactive. Human temperament falls basically into 3 kinds of groups or range. At one end of the normal spectrum are people who are cautious and very careful and kind of slow, kind of like turtles. And then at the other end, we have those people who are very creative. They look around, their mind is moving all the time. They are more like rabbits, boing, boing, boing. This is normal. In our hunter-gatherer bands, we needed both types of people. So we need to adapt our meditation instructions for different types of people. Similarly, some people have had painful experiences. They could be traumatized. And for them, sometimes mindfulness and meditation is like opening a door to many, many scary things deep down inside. So it is important to adapt our meditative practices and our meditative techniques to the actual needs of specific individuals. In other words, to individualize our approach to meditative practice. And especially for trauma, to use what is called trauma-informed mindfulness training. So yeah, there are, it's definitely individual differences in terms of the impact of meditative practices. And so I thought that question was really, really good. Now, are you ready for the second question?
네, 두 번째 질문입니다.
So this is the second question. Could you share a memorable case where mindfulness practice was particularly effective, perhaps from a specific study, program, or group? We would appreciate it if you share this with us.
Thank you. Let's see, first of all, the evidence base for the benefits of mindfulness training in general and meditation in specific is huge. There have been thousands of studies of different kinds about the benefits of meditation and mindfulness in healthcare settings, in educational settings, in business settings, even in the military, to help people do what they do without being so vulnerable to trauma based on what they do. Many, many benefits. So I would just say that in general. Second, regular meditation has been shown to change your brain in 4 major beneficial ways. First way is to strengthen the circuitry that regulates attention, because you're using that muscle a lot. When you meditate, it gets stronger. What you practice gets stronger. A second circuitry in the brain involves interoception, people who are more able to tune into their own body and the depths of their own being. Those circuits get stronger. Third impact on your brain is emotional regulation, in which the executive systems right behind your forehead are more able to regulate the subcortical, limbic system, emotional processing centers deeper in your brain. And the third change in the brain, in lasting ways, it has to do with the sense of self, a sense of, increasingly, of being a whole person who can accept yourself fully, everything is included, and there is less tendency to take things personally or to get possessive or so upset when other people, respond to you in different ways. So these are 4 changes in the brain that reflect 4 fundamental kinds of changes in the mind. And then the last thing I'll just say here is that many, many new psychotherapies have developed with a strong emphasis on therapy. Dialectical behavior therapy from Marsha Linehan to help people with borderline personality tendencies. That also demonstrates the value of mindfulness. So I would just like to finish here, and finish on time, happily, by saying that the fundamental possibility that we all have throughout this expo and in our lives to come is to make little efforts here and there to help ourselves to be with our experience and to let go of what is burdensome and painful and to let in that which is good. We are able to do that every day. And as we do our practice, as we cultivate and protect and improve our own garden of our being, those benefits help many others too. Along the way, you start to realize that much of what you are doing is uncovering the goodness that was already present inside you, uncovering the Buddha nature and the depth of your being that is already present inside you. And so there is a beautiful process of both gradual development, which I have been focused on here, alongside the uncovering of the true nature, the good news that was always already true. Both of these processes are important, gradual development, and second, the uncovering of true nature. Sometimes we go back and forth from one or the other at different times, but both of them are the great possibility of practice. And you will learn more, I am sure, in this wonderful meditation expo. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다. 2개의 질문에 대해서 굉장히 따뜻하게 답변을 해주신
So
것 같습니다.
Dr. Hansen answered very good, gave a very good answer to the 2 questions.
집중력 강화 그리고 스스로 강화시키는 부분, 전체적으로
So-
인지해야 한다라고 하는 부분. 그리고 네 번째 우리가 주로
So he talked about 4 major methods of doing something, and it was so impressive. Here, important thing is that we are able to transform fundamentally, and that we have to start the practice from the very small things. That was his message in the lecture. And once again, we'd like to thank you for the insightful lecture. We would like to have a chance to meet you in person next time.
Next, we would like to invite Venerable Jeongdo, Chair of the Seoul International Meditation Expo Organizing Committee and Director of Institute of Buddhist Studies at Dongguk University, who will present the second session on the theme Son, the Path to Oneness, Meditation, Education and Vision at Dongguk University. Please welcome Venerable Jeongdo with a big round of applause.
So we do need to change the laptop for a second, so I would like to ask you to wait a little bit. Thank you.
첫 번째 세션에서 들었던
So during the first session, we've learned about the HEAL tool, and I do hope that we will be able to apply this tool for the 2-day conference. So having a positive experience and to internalize it and to make it abundant and enrich them to absorb it and to link the positive aspects and the negative aspects is well written in the materials as well. So please take a look at it, and I would like it if you could take the experience that you have here and apply it to your own.
네, 다시 말씀드리겠습니다. 정도 스님께서 선 하나 되는 길 동국대학교 명상교육과 비전이라는 주제로 두 번째 세션을 준비해 주셨습니다. 큰 박수
So
부탁드립니다.
Venerable Jeongdo has prepared the second session on the themes Son, the Path to Oneness, Meditation, Education and Vision at Dongguk University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
스님께서는 올해도 서울국제 명상 엑스포를 총괄하시며
So the Venerable Jeongdo has made tremendous efforts to host the Seoul International Meditation Expo, and I do hope that this lecture he will be able to connect the purpose, process, and result of those efforts with the wisdom of Son. Now let's listen to his lecture.
안녕하세요.
Hello everyone.
점심 공양들 잘 하셨나요?
Did you enjoy the lunch?
오늘 저는 선 하나
Today,
되기라는 주제로
I'd like to speak on the theme Soul Meditation, a journey to harmonies. I will look briefly at meditation education at Dongguk University and the version of the Seoul International Meditation Expo. How the deep Buddhist tradition is alive in today's classrooms and in society. I serve as chair of the Department of Sun Studies, director at the Institute for the Study of the Order of Korean Buddhism, and chair of the organizing committee for the Seoul International Meditation Expo. So today, I'd like to talk about some practice and doctrinal study. So this theme will be the focus of today's talk. So I will present today's talk in 5 parts. First, the formation of Sun Buddhism and the transmission of the Sun's thought.
And
second, in the encounter of traditional sun thoughts and contemporary meditation, how traditional Buddhist practice has emerged with and evolved into modern meditation, and what our times ask of us. Third, centered on Dongguk University, how Buddhist values and meditation education are being realized and our vision as a global hub. Fourth, through the journey of the Institute for the Study of the Older, its role as Nexus Korean Buddhist Research, and finally, the journey and vision of the Seoul International Meditation Expo, how it is expanding as a meeting ground where some practice and doctrinal study in many people. So with these 5 chapters, we will confirm how this flow of integration of some practice and the doctrinal study. I think you must be familiar with Bodhidharma. So he is the 28th Indian patriarch and the first patriarch of Chinese Chan. So the Chan Buddhism taught that awakening comes through practice rather than reliance on scripture. His teaching of the treatise on the 2 entrances for practices consists of entry by principle and entry by practice. So entry by principle means realizing the fundamental truth through the teachings. So all beings possess Buddha nature, though it is veiled by afflictions. So we turn to the Dharma to discover our original nature. And the entry by practice sets out 4 methods. The first method, practice of retribution, is about the suffering we got through in our lives. As the president of the Jogye Older Korean and Buddhism mentioned in his keynote speech, what you do, you will suffer the contribution of it. So this is regarding practice of retribution. And the second, a practice of action is to recognize that all phenomena arise from causes and conditions. And third practice of non-seeking is to avoid clinging or chasing. So wise people follow the flow in their lives and do not resist, and that is this third practice means. And the fourth practice according with the Dharma, and it highlights emptiness and non-self-teaching while practicing the 6 parameters. So as the president of the Jogye Older emphasizes that practicing 6 parameters is a good thing to do. So practice 6 paramita matched this fourth teaching of practical accordance with the Dharma. So Chan is not confined to seated meditation or samadhi. Wherever the mind remains moving like a whirl, that is the sun and the way. So this is the theory of the Bodhidharma. Provides framework and became a wellspring of Chan thought and continue to guide practice today. This is one of my favorite Buddhist verses. It distills practice into 4 points. Externally, these are conditions. Let the mind be without agitation. When the mind is like a war, then one can enter the way. So in this way, Bodhidharma's teaching became the root of Chan Buddhism and was transmitted as some thought in the Chinese and Korean Buddhist traditions. Next is Master Haenon. He is a Tang Dynasty master, and revered as the sixth patriarch of Chan and the founder of the Southern School. His core ideas are singing, one's nature, sudden awakening, and no thought. The Platform Sutra serves as a guiding text and is widely honored in China, Korea, and Japan. So a master taught that the mind is originally pure, its nature is not split into good and evil, and delusion and awakening are not two, so the mind itself is Buddha. So accordingly, his path of practice is to directly recognize and express one's innate Buddha nature in everyday life. Huineng's Sun thought is often summarized as the three no's. So there are three. So it means there are. Okay, the first no thought. It doesn't mean that having no thought is, but it means a mind free of discrimination, clinging. So no thought no thought as the principle does not mean having a thought. So second, formless as the essence is a mind untroubled by delusive views, bound grasping and attachment, making that entangled mind the core of cultivation. And third, non-abiding as a deep basis is a mind that does not cling or settle anywhere, taking this non-attachment as a root of a practice. On this basis, no thought, no form, and non-abiding, Henning taught that anyone who turns the mind inward can suddenly see their true nature and become truly free. His disciples became founders of the major child lineages such as Chaodong, Yunmen, Fayan, and Linji. He saw deeply influenced Korean Buddhism as well, and the Jogyal order continued to uphold Master Haeneng's spirit and teachings. Next is Master Linji. He taught, be the master wherever you are. Meaning each of us is the true agent. So the chair of the board of trustee of the Dongguk University often cite these phrases. So following Maju's teaching, he affirmed this very mind is Buddha and that the way is the ordinary mind free of contrivance, dispute, and dualistic judgment. So building on this, Master Linji advanced the deeply human-centered son that this very mind is Buddha. And he went a step further, teaching if you meet the Buddha, kill the Buddha. If you meet a patriarch, kill the patriarch. This means that in studying the mind, regardless of who appears before you, you must not cling or rely on anyone, but instead apply yourself with even greater focus. So like this, Master Linji was a great master who emphasized human-centered radical freedom and the direct realization of truth. And next is Dahui Zhonggao. He was a leading ninja master of the Song dynasty who completed the system of Ganasan. At 37, he attained great awakening under Rien Kwokun. By then, the golden age that went from Bodhidharma through Maju Huineng and Maju to Linji had waned. and the textual and the doctrinal Chan were widespread. In response, Dao Hui championed Kanason, drawing on the Wuju Fa Yin line. So here teachings are preserved in the True Dharma Eye Treasury and Dao Hui's letters. Kanason centers on sustained inquiry into Hwadu to realize one's original nature and the truth. It aims as not only breakthrough insight but also embodying the realization in everyday life. So let me introduce how you practice Kanason. You usually say that you stay the same in the dream or in your daily life, in your movement. So when you say stay the same in the movement, that means in your daily activity you have to be the same relentlessly investigate Hwadu. You also pursue this Hwadu investigation in your dreams. So when you investigate Hwadu, you have this same urgency that a hungry person thinks of food or a thirsty person thinks of water. And you keep an inquiry, unbroken at rest and motion, awake and sleep, so practice flows continuously. So, if by sustaining great thought on the Hwadu with a single-minded sincerity, your realization inevitably breaks open. So, after breaking through, you must receive examination and confirmation from a qualified teacher. So this Dao Hui style Kwana-son practice became a core of Korean Buddhist practice and remains central in the Jogye and Taego orders today. So for practitioners, meditation practice. For meditation practitioners in Korea, the Kanason is the major method for them to carry on their spiritual path. The Seoul International Meditation Expo offers intensive Kanason programs, give many people direct experience of Hwadu inquiry. The next master is a Korean monk. He is a late Goryeo sub-master who founded the Samadhi and Prajna community. He advocated sudden awakening, gradual cultivation, and the twin cultivation of Samadhi and Prajna. He proposed the three gates as a practical method, and from a standpoint, embraced the Hawaiian thought to bring a fresh momentum to Goryeo Buddhism. The Master Gino's three gates are like this. First, gate of equal practice of Samadhi and Prajna, with the practice of cultivating concentration insight together. Second gate of the faith understanding is practice of entering realization directly by trusting and understanding the principles of Hwayem. And third, the gate of Gwanhwason is the practice of investigating Hwadu. It was introduced into Korean Buddhism in earnest since then. So sudden awakening, gradual cultivation means first directly realizing one's true nature and then gradually training to dissolve entrenched habits and tendencies. So twin cultivation of Samadhi and Prajna means cultivating both calm abiding and the clear insight together. And so to cultivate Samadhi and Prajna at the same time is to cultivate both Samatha and Vipassana in tandem. So Master Gyeongbong, my doctoral dissertation was about Master Gyeongbong, so I included him here. So Master Gyeongbong was a modern Korean Buddhist master who embraced both meditation practice and doctrinal study. He served as the abbot of Tongjosa and head of its Buddhist monastic college and
spiritual leader at Gungnagam temple. So over 67 years, almost 70 years, he kept a diary, a record of his life as a practitioner. And at the time of his passing, when a disciple asked, "What should I do when I miss you?" Then he answered, "In the deep of night, feel the bar on the great gate." So he thought it exemplified the unity of some practice and doctrine study, which can be summarized in 4 points. And the first is, make the Saha word your stage and live boldly. This was his message to those struggling, saying, treat this world as your stage and live it out with dignity and flair. The second is, ordinary mind is the way. Cooking rice and drawing water, everyday life itself is the Buddha's life. He taught that every mental and physical act in daily life can be the way. In the same spirit as Master Huineng, Maju, and Linji in the Chinese Chan tradition. The third is cultivating some together with doctrinal study. He was a Sun master, however, he also taught Buddhist scriptures at the monastic college. So he taught both the Sun meditation and the doctrines. So he freely cited the recorded sayings of the patriarchs as well as scriptures like the Huayan Sutra and the Lotus Sutra. And the next, last one is mind only pure land. So he cast a wide net that could embrace everyone from beginners to advanced practitioners. In Buddhism, pure land is broadly understood in 2 ways: the mind only pure land and the pure land of others. The mind only pure land teaches us to realize that this very world is a pure land. And the other word, pure land or pure land of others, is that it encourages people with low spiritual capacity to recite Amitabha's name, plant wholesome seeds, and accumulate merit. So we can confirm his compassion and his non-discriminating guidance for all beings here. So he often posed 4 questions. First is, who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Where will I go? He always asks this question to people around, and he practiced diligently to find the answer to those questions. The first, who am I? This is the text we have to figure out for all of our life. You know the renowned singer Jo Young-pil, he's a Korean singer. So when he was in trouble, he visited Master Gyeongbong, and after that he composed a song. So he's talking about the incident where the master and the singer met for the first time. Let's listen to the song that was composed just after the meeting with the master. You must know this song. So this song came to be in being since due to the meeting with the master. So this song encouraged the people to endure the hardships until the end. So this question, who am I? We have to seek the answer to this question constantly, and we need to know the answer to the rest of the three questions. So how to do that? You'll find the method here in this conference. So in this period, I'd like to speak about how some tradition handed down by many masters meets the present, the encounter of tradition, sun thought, and contemporary meditation. Modern meditation can stand on the deep foundations of Buddhist practice, grounded in the method of samatha and vipassana, so which are inseparable. Only when stillness and observation work together do samadhi and prajna come into balance. Let's take a deep breath together here. When you try to inhale, what do? You pause. You pause for a moment. Then after the pause, you breathe again. You watch this process. As you attend to the breath itself, that is observation, and this way, pausing and observing, as samatha and vipassana. So in other words, concentration and wisdom. So through this practice of vipassana and samatha, we can live a happy life. The most vital foundation when traditional Buddhist practice meets contemporary society is mind-body healing. In the present of Jogye Order also cited the Diamond Sutra. Here also, I'd like to say that the Diamond Sutra puts a key to healing and liberation. Quote, Subhuti, a bodhisattva should arouse a mind that does not abide anywhere. Do not set the mind on form or on sign, sound, scent, taste, touch, or dharmas. So this means that when we release clinging and discrimination, the mind becomes genuinely free and healed. Building on this wisdom, some meditation gives us the power to transform suffering. In today's culture of constant comparison and competition, attachment and judgment breed stress. Some meditation help us recognize these roots of affliction, and through practice, recover meaning and direction in our lives. Today's people are struggling under constant stress. From a Buddhist perspective, the roots of this suffering lie in delusive thinking, attachment, and self-fixation. Confronting and healing these afflictions has become an urgent task of our time. In this context, meditation is drawing growing attention, not only as a personal interest, but as a public good expanding into education, social welfare, and healthcare at the national level. So around the world, meditation is gaining worldwide recognition for easing severe stress, restoring emotional stability, and supporting mind-body healing. As practices handed down in the Buddhist tradition meet contemporary approaches, new paths of integration and development are opening. So modern meditation now intersects not only with medicine, science, and psychology, but also with the culture, the arts, and sports. Its benefits for healing and growth are being demonstrated across multiple domains, and its further applications are vast. The Seoul International Meditation Expo stands at the forefront of this movement, developing tailored programs that go beyond experiences to deliver real healing and change. This trend is not new. It has grown from traditional Buddhist practice, the teaching of the Sun Masters, and the Buddha's original Dharma. In this sense, contemporary Sun meditation is a living bridge of tradition and modernity. In line with these needs of our time, let me share how Dongguk University is advancing a Buddhist-based meditation education. Now, founded through the great batch of Buddhist pioneers, Dongguk is rooted in Buddhist spirit from its very founding. Our aim is to cultivate both scholarship and character, and to realize wisdom and compassion for our nation, for humanity, and for the nature world. So this founding ethos connects directly to our vision of becoming a global hub for meditation education. Grounded in the Buddha teaching, such education offers universal value that can help address today's conflicts and crisis. Since its founding in 1906, Dongguk has educated more than 350,000 graduates, contributing to the growth of Korean Buddhism and higher education. At the heart of our mission are the globalization of Buddhism and Korean culture and the formation of harmonizing leaders. Guided by this spirit of reconciliation and harmony, we nurture people who embrace differences and solve problems, creativity.
So education at Dongguk University stands on the path where Sun and Kyo comes together. First, Sun is the path of direct practice. A representative program is the course Self and Meditation. As required subject for Dongguk students, it guides them to look deeply into themselves through direct practice of breathing meditation and loving and kindness meditation. And another one is Kyo. And Kyo is the path of learning and understanding truth. And this course is about Buddhism and humanity. And this course helps students understand Buddhism's fundamental teachings in a modern context by examining Buddhist perspectives on humanity and the world. In this way, Dongguk University's meditation education guides students along both the path of learning and the path of practice, allowing them to experience the true unity of Sun and Kyo. The representative meditation course, Self and Meditation, has been for 30 years a core liberal arts program, and over 300,000 students have taken part in this central subject at Dongguk University's meditation education. This course serves as an educational model that carries forward the Buddhist practice tradition in a modern way and as a pioneering example that other universities and institutions can look to for reference. Dongguk University's course, Self and Meditation, has been scientifically verified for its effectiveness. Joint research that I conducted was published in an SCI International Academic Journal, and it shows that the Self and Meditation course has a positive impact on the mental health of university students. Students' own experiences also strongly affirm these results. One student shared that he was had been struggling with depression for a long time, but meditation helped him escape it and gave him the strength to love himself. And another student said that that student was easily swayed by emotions, but through meditation, that person learned to focus on the present and to practice self-protection and self-respect. Likewise, these research results and vivid student testimonies show that self and meditation functions as a genuine space for healing and growth. Next, allow me to introduce the Institute of Buddhist Studies, which is a key research institute of Dongguk University. So the institute has carried out international academic conferences in Korea and abroad. So I was also part of the institute and decided to make this into an academic paper. And for 5 to 6 years, I have actually made this become the KCI level. So this is a very big thing, and other people celebrate this. So I'm very proud of this achievement. And third is the study and practice of Kanhwaseon. The institute seeks to carry forward and reinterpret the Kanhwaseon tradition in a modern context, operating diverse programs that connect academic research with practice and lived experience. And since 2010, the Institute of Buddhist Studies has organized the international conference on Kanhwaseon each year, with participation from both domestic and international scholars and practitioners. Please refer to the table and I will move on. Likewise, the Institute has provided a platform for in-depth discussion on theoretical foundation and the contemporary significance on Kanhwaseon, greatly contributing to its establishment and to establishing its academic standing. And it has also been hosting 2 regular academic conferences each year too. And as you can see, these are some achievements of the Institute. And up until now, we have listed about 77 different papers and 93 researchers from 10 countries have participated. Now, these figures show that the Institute has been able to become a hub that links academic practice and academic and practice communities in Korea and abroad. And it has also been leading a lot of and also become a venue where you can actually practice the sun meditation as well. And each year it carries out a concentrated program every year. And this year in January and in June, we had academic professors and we have Venerable Subul and carried out this event, and the participants listened to the teachings for 7 days and had valuable experiences and engaged in Hwadu inquiries. They gained valuable experience, and through Hwadu practice, participants reflected on the challenges of their own lives and directly confirmed how the wisdom of traditional practice can still be applied in today's world. So as you can see on the table, in the Institute of Buddhist Studies measured the participants' brainwave activity before and after meditation practice. So this was the first time that we have measured the brainwaves of the Hwadu inquiry. First, when examining the participants' 3D brainwaves, now before practice, there was an excessively high level of low-frequency activities, which indicated reduced brain function, psychological fatigue, and lethargy. However, after practice, this activity was significantly reduced, cognitive functions improved, and marked mental stability was observed. Now, in addition, when examining the emotional index based on the participants' brain waves, before practice, there was a very strong tendency towards depression. Now, after practice, however, emotions stabilized and the mental state shifted clearly towards cheerfulness.
Now, these results demonstrate that the effects of Kanhwasan practice can be confirmed through scientific and neurophysiological indicators. This study will be posted on the paper in this September, and in particular, this shows that the Kanhwasan training can become a traditional training, and it is very meaningful that it is an evidence-based research to show its effectiveness. And we have also provided these kind of activities through the center. And in 2023, the Institute of Buddhist Studies have established the Dongguk Sun Center in room 632 of Haehwa Hall. And the center was founded with two main purposes. First, based on Buddhist practice tradition, it was to contribute to heal the mind and restoring mental health for modern people. And the second was to make meditation a part of everyday life that anyone can easily practice. Since its opening, the center has hosted more than 100 programs, and many people were offered with healing and recovery. The center is also equipped with advanced meditation devices and diverse experiential tools. Includes on-fit mind care kiosks, brainwaves, and heart rate monitors, and many different meditation-related devices is equipped at the center. In addition, in November 2025, this year, and the fourth floor of the Dongguk University Library, we are planning to establish Library Sun Hall. This space aims to integrate meditation with humanities, supporting both stress relief and the expansion of reflection for modern people. In particular, meditation and reading in the familiar environment of a library are expected to greatly contribute to psychological stability and improved concentration. Furthermore, the hall will be open not only to students, researchers, and faculty, but also to the local community, developing into an open meditation platform where scholarship, practice, healing, and reflection come together. The Seoul International Meditation Expo is an international meditation event organized by the Institute of Buddhist Studies at Dongguk University. In particular, what makes it significant is that the expo is grounded in Buddhist scholarship and traditional practice. The Seoul International Meditation Expo has grown into a platform that connects the practice heritage of Korean Buddhism to contemporary society while expanding internationally. So I would like to briefly review the journey from the first to the fifth expo and reflect on how it has developed each year. The Seoul International Meditation Expo aspires to be a platform that designs the future of meditation. The goals can be summarized in three main points. First, to establish itself as a central hub of the global meditation industry. Second, to spread social well-being and culture of empathy. And third, to provide practical support for individuals' inner healing and growth. The Meditation Expo has expanded each year across the fields of scholarship, experiential practice, cultural industry, and education. Over the past 5 years, the number of expo programs has increased more than 20-fold, providing opportunities for many people to experience meditation through sessions with world-renowned figures and meditation experts from around the globe, encounters with great teachers, and intensive retreat practices such as closed-door meditation. Looking at the growing number of participants, we can clearly see the rising interest in and need for meditation. For 2025, the target is 100,000 participants, and so far, around 75,000 have been recorded. In this process, the Ministry of Seoul Culture, Sports and Tourism, the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and Dongguk University jointly invested approximately 5.6 billion Korean won social investment aimed at making meditation part of daily life, popularizing it and expanding it
그래서
globally.
이번 엑스포의 주제
With the theme of this year's expo, Meditation 2025, the Path to Oneness, is based on the achievements accumulated thus far. We seek to show how I and you, society and the world, can all walk together on the path of harmony. At this year's 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo, the Meditation Conference will be a meaningful gathering where distinguished scholars from abroad join in person and online to discuss the themes of meditation and mental health and the social value of meditation. It is a great honor for me to be able to present at this important occasion. Through the opening ceremony and keynote speeches, the Sun concert featuring diverse performances including traditional Korean music and classical pieces, and the opening show at the Meditation Experience booth, we will share the cultural sensibilities of meditation. In addition, there are a variety of experiential programs as shown in the photos. As you can see, we have a Pure Land and Sun practice which combines Buddhist chanting and meditation, and Mumungan intensive retreat programs where participants practice in silence in individual rooms while meditating on Hwadu. And they can also experience alongside seated meditation sessions and applied meditation practices at the Sun Center. And we also have meeting with great teachers and intellectual programs, which offers rare opportunities to hear lectures by eminent Buddhist masters and scholars. And we also have pilgrimage meditation along the Namsan Trail and the forest pass of Tongdosa Temple. Next is education. The program A Happy Right Meditation, based on the Noble Eightfold Path, carries great significance as it both modernizes the traditional practice and lays the foundation for the sustainable expansion of Buddhist meditation. K-Youth Meditation is a customized program designed to support healthy psychological development and holistic growth in adolescents. And the trademark applied happiness delivery meditation now has a copyright now, and these kind of programs have been carried out for about 70 times, and approximately 1,700 participants have been gathered. So journey and vision of the Meditation Expo can be summarized as follows. First, inheritance of core philosophy of Sun Buddhism and traditional Sun practices, and this experience offers experiences such as Mumungan retreats and Pure Land and Sun practices to carry forward the essence of traditional Sun. Second is integration of Sun and contemporary meditation for today's needs. And third is become a global hub for Buddhist spirit and meditation education. And fourth is creating a new paradigm through everyday and popularized meditation. And the fifth is making expansion of meditation infrastructure through practical application and scientific validation. And the seventh is training of professional leaders through specialized education. And last but not least, becoming a global hub for meditation on and offline. Through the Seoul International Meditation Expo, we have witnessed how traditional Buddhist practices and contemporary meditation can be integrated into academia and society. Meditation is no longer the exclusive domain of a few practitioners, but a wisdom of life that everyone in our society can share and practice. Going forward, meditation will continue to broaden participation, enhance academic expertise, and expand into popular culture and industry, and of course reach out to the world. I hope that this event will further grow as a global platform for meditation research and practice, and I look forward to being together with you again in the future. Thank you for your attention. I hope everyone be happy. Thank you very much. Professor Chung has just shared the key teachings of Sun that has been descended from tradition and talked about the usage and possibility of the sun being used for meditation, in particular in linking. He is also studying ways to connect the traditional meditation and modern society, and also the effectiveness of Kanhwa-sam meditation, which has been proven scientifically, as well as the Dongguk University's meditation education that connects the traditional meditation with the contemporary meditation. There will be a question and answer session now, but because we are time restrained, we'll only ask one question. So this is the question.
상호 보완적으로 통합할 수 있는 가능성과 그 방향성에 대해서 스님의
So while honoring the distinctive qualities of traditional Son and contemporary meditation, how do you envision an integrated complementary path that brings them together? So Venerable is answering. Thank you for the question. As I just explained in my lecture, if we can develop what we seek into what we sought in the traditional practice and customize meditation practices for each individual, we can develop advanced and intermediate and beginners courses. Then if we apply this, if we apply this kind of strategies, then I think that there's a hope. So thank you for the answer. So he answered that we need to take an approach that to develop customized meditation practice programs.
So in this lecture, we learned how Dongguk University is positioning itself as a global hub for meditation education by uniting Sun practice with doctrinal study, and how the Seoul International Meditation Expo envisions advancing the everyday practice, popularization, and globalization of meditation. Please give our Venerable a big round of applause. Thank you. Next, we would like to welcome Professor Kwon Jun-soo, Distinguished Professor at Hanyang University College of Medicine and Professor Emeritus at Seoul National University, who will give a lecture on the fascinating theme, the neuroscience of meditation and the temple stay. So Professor Kwon is a leading authority in the fields of schizophrenia and obsessive compulsive disorder, as well as an expert in brain imaging. He will be demonstrating the value of traditional meditation practice through modern science. So he will talk with the specific theme, temple stay. So we're going to switch a laptop, and it will take a little bit of a moment. Would you like to give an opening remark? Greetings.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me at this great event. Until April last year, I was working as a psychiatric doctor at the Seoul National University College of Medicine, and now I'm working at Hanyang University College of Medicine. And a few years ago, looking for scientific evidence for the temple stay programs. In fact, we were commissioned from the temple stay cooperative team of the Joget Older. So we tried to compare pre and post temple stay programs, and we are among the first to publish research papers on this topic. So temple stay programs, when I say it is incorporates some traditional Buddhist practices, and we tried to find that if those effects were just from psychology, when you go into the mountain and spend time
outside the city, then your mood lifted. And so we wanted to compare that if temp-study programs actually have distinctive effects on the participation. So that is why we conducted the research. So there are so many scientific research regarding meditation since 2000 as a traditional a spiritual practice. This meditation, including Hanason or yoga, qigong, and there are so many methods of meditation practice, and the common thread running through them is the contemplation. This is the meditation and the looking inside. And this is the common ground of those all contemplative practices. So since 2000, meditation was featured on the front cover of the Time magazine, and that's how much increasing. That shows increasing interest in meditation. So in 2005, there was a very influential conference on neuroscience. So all the leading scientists in the field of neuroscience came to attend the conference. So in 2005, they held the 35th annual meeting, and they invited the Dalai Lama, the 14th Dalai Lama. So in such a scientific gathering of scientists, especially studying neuroscience, they share in a place that they shared the findings of their research, and they invited someone who seemed so far away from science. And they included a special lecture from the Dalai Lama, about Western philosophy and Buddhism. So that they try to find ways to integrate traditional Buddhist practice and the modern neuroscience. So that was the aim of inviting Dalai Lama to the science conference. At the time, what I found interesting was that China objected to the plan severely because Dalai Lama is from Tibet. The Chinese government didn't like the the Chinese government pressed the United States a lot not to invite him to the conference. The conference said that we are inviting him for the scientific development, and we do not have any concerns about political matters. And what the Dalai Lama said at the conference, quote, although Buddhist contemplative tradition and modern science have evolved from different historical, intellectual, and cultural roots, I believe that at heart they share significant commonalities, especially in their basic philosophical outlook and the methodology. So, Dalai Lama, the medical practice that was explained by the Dalai Lama, and the modern meditation that was proven by the modern science, they share commonality. That is the summary of the quote from the Dalai Lama. For this lecture, I searched the National Library of Medicine, and I used this search program to find some research papers. So I typed meditation brain and MRI into the searching box, and there were 371 papers released for the last 20 years. So in total, 371. So from 2000, two paper, and into the 2000
10,
the number increased to over 30. And 2024, there were more than 40 research papers. So with the keyword of meditation, and there are so many researchers who are studying brain or neurophysiology or neurobiology, that other things. There are very famous centers like, and one of them invited Tibetan lamas to study their brain. So this is how much the research is widespreading across the world. Our modern brains got burnout because it's subject to so much stimuli. It is exposed to in extreme multitasking. If the brain cannot function in that way, then people cannot catch up. People play, students play games with their cell phones, and it's a serious problem. There's a problem arising regarding to screen addiction. We others also. We are also constantly exposed to screens. This stimuli is very extreme, and it can be explained in the terms of emotional exhaustion. So, emotion depletion is something, the emotions go so bad that we cannot regulate our emotions ourselves. So that is why people want to practice meditation. We want to let our brain rest. We want to rejuvenate our brains, and the meditation is a good way to do that. So in a word, if I describe meditation, what is the most important effect on the physical and the mental well-being of the meditation? If you ask this question, then if you meditate repeatedly, then we see the increase in the BDNF, which is a brain-derived neurotrophic factor. It is something that facilitates the growth of the neurons. It provides nourishment. With a lot of nourishing nutriment, then neurons can grow very well. So with the increase of BDNF, neurons, the brain plasticity is increased too. When I say plasticity increasement, that means our brain becomes soft and we can remember better. And when we are under chronic stress, then stress hormones increase, then it causes BDNF decrease that lead to the death of BDNF. So in short, meditation increases, it helps the neurons to grow and connect well with the increase of BDNF. So we use a lot of methods to measure the effect of meditation in our neurons. In the past, we believe that the brain is fixed when we are grown. So after 40, we believe that our brain deteriorates after 40. As a matter of fact, just after and now we believe that these neurons can be created and die until we die. So the loss of neuron means that the creation of neuron is less than the death of the neurons. So this plasticity is as that if we repeat the same thing over and over, the related reason of the
brain can be improved. The most famous paper on this is that it was published in 2000. It was the researchers studied taxi drivers in London. London is a very old city. When you drive, these days you use navigator, even though you do not know about how to get somewhere. If you rely on the navigator, you can get to anywhere. However, London is an older city, so the driver should memorize all the street layout. So the more the drivers had been on the job, the more they memorize more, so we could see some changes in brain. Nowadays, we do not know where Yeouido is in Seoul, whereabouts in Seoul. We do not have very good special capacity. We just type in the navigator in the car and we go there. We don't have very good spatial capacity. So these days, our keys have different neurons from people in the past. So they studied the brains of the taxi drivers, non-taxi drivers, and the people who drove for the long period. Their hippocampus got bigger. The longer the drivers had the job, the bigger the hippocampus. And we say this is the plasticity, neuroplasticity. The change was also shown in the size of the brain. So this study is done by our team, research team did this study, what you see right now on the screen. We see the meditation group shows better result. And on the left bottom is about dopamine. This hormone is, when you see the meditation group, the release of dopamine is increased. That means more activity in the brain.
So this is also shown by Dr. Henson as well. In 2005, it was the first time that they actually measured the thickness of the cerebral cortex. Now, when you take an MRI, you can actually measure how thick your cerebral cortex is. The thicker the cortex, the better the function. So if you have dementia, it becomes very thin. And as you can see, the red part over here is people who, you can see that the people who meditated longer has a thicker cortex. So, and you can see that in the down underneath, the two of them, you can see these are different parts. And I've talked about the withering in the brain, and it shows that from 25 to 50, and if you age normally, of course, the thickness becomes thinner. This is just aging, a normal process. But when you look at the blue dots over here, you can see that the red ones are normal, and the blue ones are ones that represent the meditators. You can see that the thickness gets thinner very slowly. So this shows that meditation is good for the brain. On the right is a visual occipitology cortex, and then you can see it shows the number of breath and the breath rate. And this is the thickness. So through training, if you can reduce the number of breaths, the more that you can reduce, the thicker the cortex. And there is a correlation between the two. So the respiration rate is linked to meditation. So if the respiratory rate decreases with meditation, it means that you're taking less breath during meditation. It is helpful for the brain. And this is also changes of the brain through meditation. So this is the brain of the person who has conducted meditation for more than 20 years and compared with the control.
control group. When you look at the below, in the red parts,
빨간 걸 보시면
so the red parts
이 위쪽에
is here on the upper side where there's a lot of differences. So this is there are a lot of difference in the thickness of the cortex between the control group and those who meditate. And when you go further underneath, it shows that there's less difference, and it shows the control group has a thicker cortex. So if you just look at the low first, you can see that this is the front, the back, and the upper temporal cortex. And you can see that the frontal lobe part is very thick, and the temporal lobe and is a bit inferior. It's a bit thicker. And when you say from the outside, you can see that the frontal lobe and the southern part of the temporal lobe and other parts of the lobe is thicker. And those who meditate is much thicker than those who do not meditate. And this was actually researched through the MRI, and we have made a presentation on that too.
그러면은 뇌 기능은
Then what about the brain functions?
신경세포 또는
So the
피질이 두꺼워지는 소위 말하는 해부학적인 변화.
So autonomical changes, whether it's a function of the how we can acknowledge the issue with the function, we can look at the brain functions first. What I first talked about is a structural issue, how the volume is, how the thickness is, but we need to look at the function. That's what's important. In order to look at the function, we need to see the connectivity of the visual tissues. So the function of the brain is to deliver information. How you deliver the information fast, how exact the information is delivered. Then you need to see the level of connectivity. And the easiest way of looking at the connectivity is to see the default mode network. It's called DMN. And salient network, which is the SN, and Central Executive Network. So if we have a shock from the outside, when the red brain is in a resting state, what activates is the default mode network. This is when the brain is just resting. Then when we have some stimulus from the outside, the salient network recognizes that there is a stimulus from the outside and changes the brain's function from default mode network to salient network, to the executive network, and what the salient network controls this. So we have the default mode, the executive mode, the salient mode, and the relations is connectivity, and it is crucial to see this and recognize this connectivity. So you can see that there's a big network in the brain. So when you look at this research, this was conducted in 2022, quite recent, and when you look at this, you can see the default mode network, the salient network, the central executive network, and other, we have the sensory motor. And it's related to the senses and frontal networks, the cortical network. So there's many different kinds of networks. And when you look at the three in the left, this is a photo. It's a bit complicated, but the default mode network, the salient network, and the central executive network. And when you look at this, you can see the thicker one is where the connection has increased. So when you meditate, you can see that the connection increased. So from default mode and the salient network linkage has become strengthened. So the salient network, when the stimulus comes in, that it becomes attentive and thinks about how to process the stimulus. And delivers and tells the default mode network to process it and tell them how to process it. And then it transforms to the executive network for activity. So it switches between the different modes and networks. And therefore connectivity is increased. So it shows how the brain becomes more attentive. So we can interpret in this way. As such, meditation increases connectivity between different parts of the brain. So this research is part of a meta-analysis. And as you are aware, meta-analysis is not just a single research, but you would take reference of research that has already been done quite well, and then you would see it in a holistic manner. So meta research is evidence-based and the highest tier in terms of evidence. And that is why meta research is very important. This is the result of the meta research. And when you look at this, and let's look at the right side. It says attention control on the right, and attention control network is in English, but it's called PCC. And this is a very important part in the brain. So we have the PCC and also the front parental lobe. And we have a frontal parietalate and default mode network. And you can see that all of these parts have increased activities. So this is a result of the meta-analysis. So of meditation, of course. Of course, this has attention control, and this is a part. So the strength of controlling the attention increased. So when you move to the left side, you can see the QNS part, and you can see that there's salience network, and these connectivity also increases. Salience network, as mentioned before, it's how it controls the stimulus. So self-awareness is related to that. So people argue that it's related to self-awareness. And then on the bottom to the right side, you can see the ACC. It's rostral anterior singular, and it's a holistic cortex. This is very difficult in Korean, but it's easier in English. But ACC and the connection with it, with the frontal lobe, has also become stronger. But you can see that this part, it controls the emotional regulation. But with meditation, the changes in emotion decreases, and you are able to control the emotions more. And that is why the emotional regulation is strengthened in this network. And we have the insula part. It's a quite complicated part of the brain. So in our body, we have certain actions, and it recognizes it. And this part and the ACC connectivity also increases. So in here, it's related to the pain relief. So it reduces pain. So in conclusion, I would like to tell you that when we study all the studies regarding the brain and saw the network of the brain, we can see that the attention, the part that controls the attention's connectivity increased, and self-awareness also increased. And you were able to regulate the emotions more and also relieve pains. And all these parts were affected through meditation. So the changes of the brain through meditation, there's not only structural changes, but also functional changes at the same time. So this was what I wanted to mention today. So for the remaining of the lecture, I would like to share a bit about temple state research and study. So meditation,
as you may know, meditation is about regulating your attention through, diverse methods. This is a very traditional spiritual practice. Then what is temple stay? A temple stay is staying at a temple. Actually, if you split temple and stay, and they become a common nouns. It is staying at a temple. However, even just staying at a temple makes your mind calm. However, if you put them together, two words, if you put those two words together, and now the Korean Buddhism uses this as a proper noun. And here we see less religious elements. When people hear in a temple stay, they consider, is it something that people do in temples with Buddhist thing? However, these programs have less religious and Buddhist elements. They do in the temple stay programs, and the
participants engage in guided activities like meditation and so on.
템플 스테이는 명상을 포함하는
So temple stay offers, temple stay is basically a package that includes diverse, activities, diverse meditation practices.
그래서 한국 불교 문화 사업단에서
So the Korean Buddhist Cultural Corp commissioned us, my lab to conduct this research. Participants in the temple stay programs reported reported good benefits from the program. So these evaluations are very subjective. So they wanted to find a way to prove these benefits scientifically. So we visited Jirisan, there was a temple at Jirisan. We conducted the research for 3 years, and this temple is Buddhist nuns' temple, and we actually had very difficult time. It was a very challenging research. I don't think I can do the research again, this kind of research.
템플 스테이를 하려면 템플 스테이가 효과가 있다는 것을
To prove that temple stay programs have good benefits, we have to decide how we are going to put control group,
서울 시내에
What if the control group stay at a hotel in Seoul for 4 days, and and compare the group that stayed at temple? Then if
산에 가는 것만 해도 기분이
even going to the mountain and stay there has considerable benefits. So we cannot tell it is when we compare to this meditation group and visiting mountain group and the hotel group, then we cannot really verify the effect of temple stay programs. So temple stay programs have 2 options. One is experiential and the other one is relaxation. And the relaxation option is that participants just they take a rest on
사찰에
it.
가서 쉬는 것에 대한 효과는 캔슬아웃 시킬 수가 있는 거예요. 단지 프로그램을 돌리는
when we
이 프로그램의
compare
효과만
this
뽑아낼 수가 있는 거죠.
meditation
그렇겠죠?
group with the
똑같은데
country
두 그룹이 다
group,
똑같은데
country group which
한쪽
is
그룹은
this
프로그램을
only
돌리는
rest
한쪽 그룹은 그냥
group,
사찰에서 쉬는
then we can actually
그래서
compare
이두 그룹을 비교를
the
하게
benefits
됐어요.
of meditation.
그럴듯합니까?
Does it make sense?
대답이 없으신 거 보니까 별로
There's no
이해를 못
answer.
하시는
I
거예요.
don't think you
그래서 처음에 시행직
understood.
심신치유 효과가
So
아무래도 체험형이 좀 더 높을 것 같아요.
we found out the experiential group had more effective benefits from the meditation. So we hypothesized this.
저희가 서울대학교 관악 캠퍼스 MRI가 있습니다.
We have MRIs at the Seoul National University Medical School. So,
많게는 7, 8명
from 3 to 4 to 7, this group we brought them to Daewonsa Temple,
버스 대절을 해서 관악에 가서
and
MRI
we first went to the Ghana campus to run MRI scan and drew blood. Then we went to Daewonsa Temple by bus, and we stayed there for 4 days for temple stay programs. And we came back to Seoul and dropped by Ghana campus to run MRI scans and drew blood. And we checked what has changed after 4 days. It was self-reported questionnaire. It was such a challenging research.
연구가 굉장히 어려운 연구였다.
I want to say once more that it was very difficult research. So we regret that we allowed this commission to carry out the research. So those guided activities included the conversation with monastic and monastic bowl meal and meditation. There were many activities. These are the programs during the temple stay program.
버스를 타고
And
가서
first day we went by the bus from Seoul to Jirisan Jirisan mountain. We arrived at 4 o'clock. We greeted with the monastics and ran orientation time. And we did evening chant. And next day we got up at 4. We did the morning chant and 108 prostration. And then that was followed by meditation. You know, it was full of activities. This is the experiential option of the temple programs. And there was a temple, you know, the monastic there said this is very standard program of temple stay. You know, after 4 days, the participant couldn't go back to home. They dropped by Guana campus to get their blood drawn and to see the MRI scan.
So this is the positive effects, and right is a negative effect. So for the experiential type, after and before the experience, you can see that the positive effect increases. So you can see the positive aspects increase while the negative effect decreases. So the negativity decreases, and if you see the resting state, just staying there without doing anything, just resting there, and you can see that the positive effect did not change. However, the negative effect actually decreased. So even if you just go to the mountains and take a rest, the negative thoughts actually decreases. You can say that, you know, it's such a nice place here. I mean, why did I just engage in a quarrel with the person next to me at the company? So these kind of negative thoughts actually decreases, and you would think that you're going to ignore any negative impacts on you in your daily life. So this happens just for the temple state. This is something that's very interesting. So we check the mindfulness and resilience, and you can see that this is a level before the temple stay, and the blue one is experiential, and the right one is just for relaxation. And you can see that the mindfulness actually increases afterwards. But I checked it again 3 months later, and I checked it. And when I took a look at it, I saw that the mindfulness actually decreased for the relaxation part. However, for the experiential program, even after 3 months, the resilience and mindfulness actually maintained. It was unbelievable. It goes the same for resilience as well. So if you compare the before and after, you can see that it actually increased for both groups. However, after 3 months, this is where there's a bit of a difference. That the experiential stayed the same while the relaxation program decreased a little bit. So you go to the military service, right? You have to actually go and march starting from 6 a.m. in the morning. You stay the entire day up, and then you go to bed at a fixed time. So you go through a very regular lifestyle. So you become very healthy. So after you serve your military service and you come back home, and when you go back home, you would think to yourself, "No, I'm going to live a regular lifestyle," and because I become very healthy through a regular lifestyle. And even then, you come back home, then what happens? It doesn't even last for 3 days. You just go back to how you were. You wake up late, and it's the same thing. So people who have experienced the experiential program, of course, this is my personal interpretation. People who have experienced the experiential program realize that the temple stay is such a good thing, then they should change their lifestyle because they have experienced it. So I think that this is the effect, because this only explains why people's resilience and mindfulness levels didn't change after 3 months, even just for 3 days. Then why do you become concerned and frustrated when you can just have a better lifestyle after just 3 days of experiencing the temple stay? I think it's because the experiential type program allows people to think for themselves that they want to change something in their life for the better. And for the relaxation program, you just go home and then you rest again, and then you become lazy once again very easily. So in the level of psychological and cognition, you can see that both groups showed improvements. And this kind of effect is maintained in the experiential programs. And for intensive meditation program for 3 days actually leads to long-term changes in your brain. And I also took the MRI, and then we compared the before temple stay and after temple stay. And these are the changes. As mentioned before, this is a connectivity, the functional part of the brain. So the function of the brain changed. When we looked at this, there's a difference between these parts are where it's difference between the experiential programs and the relaxation programs. So what this means is that the ACC, I told you it's anterior cortex, and the frontal lobe, and the SFL, the connectivity shows that there's change. It's correlated with the changes in resilience. So after the temple stay, you can see that there are changes in the resilience and correlated to the changes of the brain and function. So it's very difficult to see these kind of correlations. So it shows the changes in the level of mindfulness, and likewise, it's correlated as well, like the resilience. So this shows that the function of the brain changes, and it's correlated with the changes in resilience and mindfulness. So what it means is that brain changes is linked with the mindfulness changes and resilience changes. And this is an imaging method for measuring the brain. And this is a white meta track. So you have a plain state. In a bundle of plain state papers, you see the connectivity, the intensity of the connectivity. So before it was connectivity function-wise, but this is anatomical connection. So as you can see that people, this is something that's widely shown in meditation. This is the frontal part. And also you can see that both sides of and this is the anterior coronal radar, which delivers information back and forth. And this is also shows anatomical analysis and linkage is connected. Although there's not big of a difference, you can see that the meditation group increases where the control group a bit decreases. So there's a bit of a statistical difference, although it's not very big, but there is a difference. So you can see that there's a changes in the brain's white matter, and we have the coronal radial connection, and this actually was conducted by Tang's research, and it was conducted for 4 weeks, and they showed that there has been some anatomical changes if you conduct 4 weeks of meditation, and this is actually achieved by 3 days of temple stay. Although the changes may disappear, but you do see that there is a change. So this not only shows some increases in not just your activities, but also your cognitive skills as well. So in the self-report research as well as in the brain image research, you can see that the white materials in the brain also increase, which is related to the resilience and mindfulness. So in conclusion, the temple stay programs of the experiential program participants showed that there has been some increases in the level of mindfulness and resilience, and some part of the brain, for example, the ACC function was developed and improved, and the white matter of the brain, the coronal radiator that connects the temporal and the cortex, also linked to the resilience and cognitive abilities and mindfulness was my conclusion. So through this study, we have been able to announce this paper in 4 different journals, and one was mindfulness. And the study was on this program. The reviewers of the journal rejected it. But what was the temple state? What is this meditation? So they were dubious on what the program was. So we explained that this is an innate and traditional program in Korea, which not only includes but also physical activities, and it's a big package including all these. Then we were researching this package, and the reviewers asked us what was effective in the package. Was it physical activity for vowing 108 times or meditation? So it was very difficult to actually explain what this was. So we continuously argued was that that's something that we need to do afterwards. The temple stay package per se, if it's not useful, there's no reason for additional study. We have found out that it was effective through the package, and we need to find out what was effective in the package, whether it was the food or the meditation or breathing some fresh air in the mountain was helpful. We need to find out what was effective. That's what should come next. And that is why verifying the effectiveness was important. So after a few trial, our journal has been able to be listed in the journal. And that's why a lot of people here today have a lot of experience in Temple Sway, I believe. So this concludes my lecture. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. At the beginning of the lecture, he discussed the structure and the functional effect of meditation, and then he discussed his research findings in the Temple Stay programs. As he mentioned, the Temple Stay has less religious elements and providing more cultural aspects of. So he shared his research findings. He carried in the culture and the scientific aspect. The first, we are going to ask him a question. So the question goes, for patients with schizophrenia who suffer from auditory hallucinations or other hallucinations, is meditation applicable? So he answered that this is a very important question. Schizophrenia or psychosis, is when our unconsciousness becomes stronger. This unconsciousness means, this cluster of reason in our brain. So, and the function of our cortex become weak. So consciousness come to the surface of our unconsciousness becomes stronger and manifests on the surface of our brain. That is how interpret treated schizophrenia in the past. However, this meditation actually gives empower the unconsciousness. So, because meditation is very isolated and more focused on yourself, so traditionally, so on that reason, meditation is dangerous for those with psychosis in the sense. However, there are two symptoms of schizophrenia. One of them displays the symptoms like hallucination. When you see them from the appearance, they look normal. However, they suffer inside. And there's the other sort of schizophrenia, that is that they do not express their emotions. They they become speechless, and they do not engage in social interaction. So this. So in the second case, they can gain benefits from meditation. In the case of first category, there is no effect. They gain no effect, or they see their symptoms become worse. So those who those who belong to the second group, who escape from the reality, and meditation is applicable. However, those who suffer hallucination with active symptoms, then meditation is not very good. But I hope meditation for those people to be developed soon. But already there are international research on the first group.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank
명상의
you.
효과가 긍정적인 부분이 많이
Thank you.
알려져 있긴 하지만
Although the
한편으로는
effectiveness of the
조심스러운
meditation is
부분도
well known,
있어서
but there
잘
is some
살펴서
cautiousness
적용해 봐야
that
될 것
needs to be
같다는
considered as
생각을
well. So we
해보았습니다.
need to
두
apply this
번째
very in a
질문
careful manner.
이어서
Now
드리도록
moving on to the
하겠습니다.
second question.
교수님께서
The
주도하신
professor
정신분열병에서
has
조현병으로의
been
병명
renamed
개정이
the
있었는데요.
disorder from split-minded
이때
illness to a
불교적
human
개념을
disorder.
반영한
It's seen as an important
주요한
shift reflecting Buddhist
평가되고
concepts.
있습니다. 이
Could you
과정에서
explain the background
성과기관의
and meaning
구절을
of the
적용하게 된
applying the phrase
배경이나
from the
의미가
선과기관, a
있는지
guiding compass of some
궁금합니다.
practice in this process?
이 스키조프레니아,
So schizophrenia
정신분열병이라는
is a disease has been renamed to a human disorder. So it has been changed by a Japanese psychologist in Japan, and so it's all about the splitting of the brain cells. So in the past, we thought that the schizophrenia was thought to be as a displacement of division of the mind, and that is why we called it a split-minded illness. So when the patient has a schizophrenia, and we would think that his mind is split. So this is a very bad name for it. So a lot of the family associations, about 5,000 family members, have actually filed a complaint not only to the academia but also the National Assembly, and that we need to change this because Japan changed it as well. And that is why, although I did not actually lead it, but at the time I was the chairperson for the association, the academic association. So it took me about 3 years to change the name, and we have actually changed it to what is called 조현병 in Korean. So 조 means to control. So, and 현 uses a stream, like as the string you can see in guitar, and it is tuning the strings. So in order to make the right sound, we need to tune the strings. And the optic nerves, if it's connected well, it is able to make the right sound. But if not, it will not make the right sound. So by reflecting this, we have changed the name to 조현병, which is a disease for not being able to tuning the strings. So if the name changes, it also needs to pass the National Assembly. So during the process, we have made a commission of 100 people, and one of them actually was the president of the Korean Language Association. So we had psychologists, socialists, and we also had psychiatrists, lawyers, and journalists. Many people were participating in the commission, and among them there was a Korean language academic. So when we changed the name of the disease, we needed to find out the exact meaning of it. So he actually purchased the book, and he actually studied about the schizophrenia, and he studied for a few months. And when we were having a meeting, he actually come up with this word from 선과기관, which is a guiding compass of the Sun practice, and it shows that the mind should not be too loose, or it should not be too tense, because if you're too tense, you're very anxious, but if too loose, you become lazy. And that is why if you deal with the mind, you need to maintain a certain amount of tension. And he has used the word to control the tightening and the looseness of the string that controls the tunes. So we thought that this was very close to, and this is very related and can be resonating with a lot of the researches on the schizophrenia. And loosening of the association is a key symptom of the disease. So because it is all about loosening of the association, because when we talk, every word needs to be linked. However, because it is not associated, you keep on linking to other subjects. So it's not just the psychology, but your mental mind as well. So, but it's too long to say this. But that is why they have decided to say 조현, which means a tuning of the string. But we thought it was weird at first, but we thought that it was a great idea to change it nowadays because it's widely used.
조현 김완이라고 하는
Thank you very
성가
much.
기감에 나오는 구절을
So
이용해서
he used the
조현병이라고 하는
phrase
용어가
from the meter
만들어졌다고
of a
합니다.
sun
이 말씀을 듣고
lineage, and
나서 그
he
병증을
made a
대하는
term
저의
for
마음이
this
또 약간
schizophrenia,
달라짐을
and
알아차려보는
that changed
그런
our
시간이
attitude
되기도
toward this
했습니다. 교수님께 오늘
mental
귀한
illness.
강연
And we'd
해주셔서
like
감사의
to
박수
say,
한번
can you
보내주면
give him
좋겠습니다.
a big round of applause
감사합니다.
for giving us a very insightful lecture?
네, 오늘 드디어 마지막 강연입니다. 네
So
번째
this is
세션은
the
미국
final
브라운
lecture for
대학
today. The fourth
마음챙김센터
session will be
소장이시며
delivered by Dr. Eric Lux, director of the
공중보건대학원
Mindfulness Center at Brown
의학
University and
교수이신
professor
에릭
at the
라우스
School of Public Health, on the
과학과
topic
성찰의 만남,
of the
모든
meeting
교류
of science and
영상의
reflection, the
현재와
present and
미래라는
future of
주제로
meditation and
강연을
higher
준비해
education.
주셨습니다. 박사님을
Please
뜨거운
give
박수로
Dr. Luke a
모시도록
warm round of
하겠습니다. 큰
applause.
박수 부탁드립니다. 박사님은 마음챙김과 건강 연구 분야의 세계적인
The
전문가이자
doctor is a
혁신가라고
world-renowned
평해지고
expert and
있습니다.
innovator in the field of mindfulness and health research. He is also well known to us through his book Training in the Mind at Training the Mind at 20. In today's lecture, he will share how the wisdom tradition of mindfulness has been integrated into higher education, its outcomes and challenges, and its vision for the future. Now, we would like to ask the doctor to give his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. 감사합니다. Very happy to be here. I came a few days early and have really been appreciating the mountains in Korea and the hiking, and the food is excellent, and also the conference organizers have been very gracious and very kind and welcoming to the speakers, and I'd like to thank them for that. I also really appreciate being at a university, Dongguk University, that has real strong foundations in Buddhism. So for me to be able to go to a temple at lunchtime and meditate while listening to a rock band playing music is really something unique. And I think the ability for this university to apply Buddhist concepts to emerging priorities in society that are very practical, I think is a great service to the young adults that are going through this program, and I respect that very much. What I'll be talking about today is some of the work that we've been doing to infuse meditation and mindfulness training into an Ivy League university setting at Brown University in the United States, and to share some of the successes and also some of the lessons learned and some of the future that I see that's possible in this arena. For centuries, wisdom traditions have been passed through generations, whether it's Buddhism or Christianity or Islam or Hinduism, and these traditions and really the active elements that promote health and well-being in them continue to be passed on generation after generation. And if there weren't those elements in it, they likely would not have been passed on for thousands of years. And then as they enter new eras and new cultures, they're often adapted to meet the population where they're at. So for example, Thich Nhat Hanh, a Zen master from Vietnam, was excommunicated from Vietnam and not able to return. And so he settled in France. And in doing so, it allowed him to really have even greater influence in the West by writing over 100 books just in English, let alone in French and Vietnamese. When we think of and in many ways his teachings came out in part through a lens of psychology, actually, that's really met the West in significant ways. When we think of the Dalai Lama's emergence through the West, a lot of it came through science. And so as different wisdom traditions enter new cultures, how do they need to adapt, and how is it called for them to adapt to be able to meet a population where they're at? And so when we think about it entering in to university settings, including in the West, how can wisdom training, such as meditation and mindfulness training, really thrive in university settings now? I'll be talking about some of the work quite a bit grounded in the Mindfulness Center at Brown University that was launched about 8 or 9 years ago now. So quite a bit of what I share will be through that lens. But one of the lenses that I've also found very helpful is the Japanese concept of Ikigai. And so when we're thinking about how to serve university students in a university setting, part of it is to allow them to grow and develop and become who they are, and another is for them to get a good job. And so that top green circle here of, can we really help them with self-awareness to really know what they love? And meditation and mindfulness training can help with that self-awareness to really see what is it that lifts us up when our mind just wanders to something that is wonderful. It's good to notice that, because if that is something that we could be paid to do, then we're suddenly working, outside of work and getting a lot done, even when we're just walking through the forest, for example. Can we also see really what the world needs right now, that pink circle on the right? As well as knowing what we're good at, whether it's our natural skills or our learned skills, and then also that bottom piece of what we can be paid for, and so including being paid for at a salary that we're happy with. And so part of what Ikigai is trying to hit the sweet spot where we're doing all four in our life, so that we can be doing what we love, doing really what we're good at, doing work that the world really needs, as well as that can provide us a salary. And so in many ways I see what we can do at a university to be able to support that and nurture that in the young adults. I think all of us here know what mindfulness is. This is a particular working definition that I often work with, where it has sort of three components. One is, the present moment awareness of our thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. And in many ways, the entirety of the human experience is in those three different domains. And can we be here in the present moment for them? But then there's the quality of that awareness. For example, it may be accepting of just seeing the truth of what is right now and having elements of curiosity and kindness. And then the third part is the element of remembering, where sati is often translated as remembering. And Buddhadasa Bhikkhu, who's a Thai forest monk, once shared how the root, the Pali root for mindfulness is sati, but it shares a common root for the Pali word for arrow, which is sera. And so thousands of years ago, an arrow was the fastest weapon on earth. And so in many ways, mindfulness is like an arrow bringing our wisdom right here, right now. So wherever we get our wisdom from, it doesn't really matter if we have it or not, unless we're applying it right here, right now. And so could mindfulness help us do that, whether that wisdom is coming from public health recommendations on how to lower your blood pressure, or maybe it's lessons that we've learned from wise people in our lives, or maybe it's wisdom that we've gotten from our own hard-fought experience. Wherever we get that wisdom from, can we apply it right here, right now? And so when I came to Brown about 17 years ago, I was working in the field of social epidemiology, looking at social determinants of health, and particularly the biological mechanisms by which social factors like early life adversity or trauma or abuse or socioeconomic circumstances get embedded in the body, particularly in the cardiovascular system, and influences cardiovascular disease. And I was going for a bike ride once with a friend, and he asked who the main audience was of my work. And I realized it was primarily other academics. And I realized I wanted a bigger impact than that. And so at the time, I was coming to hear about Professor Harold Roth, who's sitting in the front and will be giving a talk tomorrow, and the Contemplative Studies program that he'd been building that collected faculty from all around the university to be able to teach and do research on contemplative practices, one of which could be mindfulness and meditation. And so I started to connect in with some of these researchers like Willoughby Britton and Kathy Kerr and others, and started to see how mindfulness had the potential to really help ameliorate some of the social determinants of health, like exposure to trauma or neglect. At that time, I had a strong personal mindfulness practice. I was trained in the tradition of Thich Nhat Hanh and became ordained in that tradition eventually, and I wasn't bringing that into my day-to-day work. But the Contemplative Studies program and the faculty around there allowed me to start to embark on that journey. And so at the time, I had a very large study in the New England Family Study that is study of 17,000 people that have been followed since they're in their mother's wombs. So in the first trimester, second trimester of pregnancy, all these women were enrolled to see the impacts of factors during pregnancy on the health outcomes of their children. But researchers have been following them now for 6 decades, so they're now in their 60s. And I brought them in their late 40s and did a very extensive cardiovascular health assessment on them to look at the effects of early life factors on later life, epigenetic modulations and thickening of the carotid arteries and, blood glucose regulation and physical activity. And so I was able to put in a mindfulness questionnaire, the Mindful Attention Awareness Scale. It's a validated measure just because I was leading the study and I could, and it didn't take up too much time. And so we started to look at it in relationship to a lot of the cardiovascular health outcomes. And so one of the things that we found around overall cardiovascular health, so this is like a combination of smoking rates and diabetes and obesity and physical activity and diet, we found that people who had high levels of mindfulness had an 86% higher likelihood of having good quality cardiovascular health compared to those with low levels of mindfulness. We also did DEXA scans in participants that directly measures fat distribution in the body as well as bone density. And so we found that those that had the low levels of mindfulness had a 0.5 kilogram extra fat mass just in the midsection. This actually got into Time magazine. We also found, when you think of like waist to hip ratio, that the distribution of fat mass in the body was also significantly higher in the waist area compared to the hip. We looked at obesity rates using body mass index, finding that those with low levels of mindfulness had about a 34% higher likelihood of being obese. And we also looked at type 2 diabetes risk, where those with high levels of mindfulness had a 60% higher likelihood of having normal fasting glucose, and the rates of diabetes were about half that in those with high levels of mindfulness compared to low levels. So this suggested there was really something going on. Like, I had no idea the effects would be this strong. And so at the time, I was going through training in mindfulness-based stress reduction as an evidence-based mindfulness program that was developed by John Kabat-Zinn almost 50 years ago, and decided that I would start to adapt it to particularly foster cardiovascular health, in particular reduce blood pressure. At that time, there was a bunch of primarily like junior faculty members, pretty young scientists that were really, many of them rising stars, including David Vago, who is giving a talk tomorrow. But we started to gather, we called ourselves the Mindfulness Research Collaborative, and we started to gather about every 4 to 6 months or so, and we would go to one of our institutions, and we would usually workshop 2 people's ideas. And so one person would get a chance to just present their thinking, early stage thinking, and maybe some pilot findings, and then a gathering of really smart, skilled people would just give feedback. And for me, as a young investigator, just getting into the science of mindfulness, it was invaluable to be able to get that kind of work. We built such close relationships that we decided to write a grant, a big grant together to the National Institutes of Health. So we included the entire Mindfulness Research Collaborative in the application, and we ended up getting the grant. It was, at the time, we understand the largest grant from the National Institutes of Health given to the mindfulness research domain. It was almost $5 million. And so we suddenly had our work set out for us. And so one of the things that we did is that we did a series of systematic reviews where we looked at every single study published on the impacts of mindfulness or meditation on different mechanisms that actually the prior speaker was talking about. So one was around self-awareness, or what we could call self-related processes. And so we looked at The other one was on cognitive function, or like attention control, for example, and another one was around emotional regulation. And the idea was to look at mechanisms that were to find the ones that were responsive to mindfulness and meditation interventions, because not everyone is responsive. And so if we could see which ones actually responded to interventions, we could then start to include those in more and more clinical trials, and to see if the changes in those potential mechanisms translated into health behaviors like diet or physical activity, or even more distal health outcomes. So we published a number of systematic reviews really identifying what kind of mechanisms are responsive to mindfulness interventions. And then we took those responsive mindfulness mechanisms and embedded them in 2 parallel clinical trials. One done at Harvard, led by Zev Schumann-Olivier, and then the other one done at Brown University, led by myself. And so with Zev, his clinical trial was primarily in primary care patients, many that were working with addictions. And then for mine, it was primarily focused in people that had elevated blood pressure. And so we had different health outcomes, but we were looking at similar mechanisms and matched our measures to each other to be able to see if we had common shifts in the mechanisms by which mindfulness and meditation training could influence health outcomes. And these are some of the studies that came from that. For example, that top right one was looking at self-awareness or interoceptive awareness and its impacts on dietary change, and found that about 1/3 of the effect on diet was operating through that self-awareness or through interoceptive awareness. And so just to give you an example of some of the work that we did, this was the mindfulness-based blood pressure reduction program. So this was the clinical trial that was operating out of Brown. And so we first started to develop like a theoretical framework of, if meditation and mindfulness is going to influence blood pressure, this bottom box here, it's probably going to happen through the major determinants of blood pressure that we know a lot about. Things like physical activity or weight loss or diet, alcohol use, stress reactivity. There's a lot of really good medications out there for hypertension. It's just that a lot of people don't take the medications. And so if mindfulness training is going to influence blood pressure, it's probably going to operate through those pathways. And so then how could mindfulness and meditation actually influence these pathways? And so this is where we turn to a framework that also the prior speaker was talking about. It was developed by Yi-Ying Tang and Britta Holzol and colleagues, where it seems like mindfulness meditation can help us just self-regulate better. That it may help us with the self-awareness, knowing what's happening, say in our thoughts, emotions, physical sensations. So say, for example, if we get physical activity, how do we feel after the physical activity? And often just about everybody feels better, even for hours after physical activity. So that self-awareness can start to notice how we feel with physical activity and often the positive effects that come from that. We can notice how we feel when we eat, say, ultra-processed foods or something maybe really sweet, where we maybe get a sugar rush and then a sugar crash, and then the craving for the next treat, for example. And so we're just observing with non-judgmental self-awareness our experience, but always applied to the factors that influence blood pressure. Meditation training can also help with attention control. So we might get some insight about, say, how we feel, before, during, and after drinking alcohol, for example. It might be fun during it. We might have a hangover the next day, but we're not judgmental about it. We're just noticing the path and whatever it is. And we might get some insight around, maybe, I should cut down on that. And it's one thing to have that insight, it's another to act on it. And the attention control can actually help us act on it. So that if we have, with meditation training, more training to be able to place our mind where we choose to place it, then if we choose to act in a particular way, maybe when we're at the grocery store selecting certain kinds of foods, if we decide we want to eat more fruits and vegetables, can we use the attention control to actually select those foods? And when we're cooking, to actually prepare them. And so it might be that combination can be powerful, along with the emotion regulation strategies that come with mindfulness and meditation, such as becoming more aware of the stressors in our lives and the skills to address those stressors. Sometimes we might want to use attentional redeployment, for example, to direct our attention somewhere else that's maybe more healthy. Other times we might want to move closer to the stressor and deeply understand it. But the emotion regulation strategies can come in place so that instead of maybe turning to, say, alcohol to regulate our emotions, or to turn to a tub of ice cream in the freezer to regulate our emotions, or maybe just to turn to our phone and to like scroll, or to watch some kind of film instead of maybe going for a walk with a friend, then we might start to get more skillful emotion regulation strategies that also bring our blood pressure down. And so the mindfulness-based blood pressure reduction program was grounded in mindfulness-based stress reduction that had already been shown a number of different health effects. We trained people up in these 3 skills of emotion regulation, attention control, and self-awareness, but consistently applied it to their relationships with food, the relationship with physical activity, with weight loss, alcohol use, stress reactivity, and even antihypertensive medication use. And so in doing so, this was like an 8-week program where people met once a week for 2.5 hours in group. We also had an all-day retreat partway through the program. And so when we think about the mechanisms, say, around self-awareness here, well, we measured self-awareness using the multidimensional assessment of interoceptive awareness that our systematic reviews were showing was pretty responsive, actually, to mindfulness interventions, and found nice improvements in self-awareness in the intervention group compared to the control. And this was a sample size of 201 participants, so pretty big clinical trial. We looked at also emotion regulation. Depression symptoms have also been shown to be responsive to mindfulness interventions. And so while this population didn't have particularly high depression levels, everyone's kind of somewhere on the continuum of depression scales, and found significant reductions in depression symptoms compared to control. When we looked at one of our primary outcomes that we pre-registered on clinicaltrials.gov, it's the DASH diet, stands for Dietary Approaches to Stop Hypertension. It's the most evidence-based diet to bring blood pressure down. And so we found, particularly in those that had poor quality DASH diet at baseline, significant improvements in those going through the mindfulness intervention compared to control. And then we looked at sedentary behavior, and basically the number of minutes that people were sitting, and found pretty nice reductions in how much sedentary time people were engaging in. So we were starting to see health behavior change as well that influences blood pressure. And then when we looked at blood pressure itself, the blood pressure came down about 6 millimeters of mercury, systolic blood pressure, and was significantly lower than the control group. About a 5 millimeter drop in systolic blood pressure translates into about a 10% drop in cardiovascular events like heart attacks and strokes. So it was a clinically meaningful reduction in systolic blood pressure. So that's an example of some of the research that we've been doing at Brown, including this work showing improvements in overall cardiovascular health too. So at Brown, at the Mindfulness Center, we've formed basically 2 different units. One is called a research unit, and then the other is the education unit. And so if we look at the research unit, we have many faculty members in it, and particular areas of expertise that we have like hubs of excellence around. So for example, we have mental health excellence, we have cardiometabolic health. We also look at adverse events and trauma sensitivity, so that not all the effects of meditation and mindfulness are positive, and some people can have difficult experiences with meditation too. And so how can we understand what those difficult experiences are, and ways that we can adapt the delivery of mindfulness and meditation to minimize the difficult experiences while maximizing the benefits. We do a reasonable amount of work in health equity, as well as digital technology or mobile health, and implementation science. And implementation science has a lot to do with, say, health insurance coverage of mindfulness interventions, or increasing accessibility to them. So we have some really great people working in that area too. And so one of the ways that we've worked with the research unit is to just foster opportunities for collaboration, so that we have like pilot research grants, for example, where people can start to do this pilot work that has led to initial studies that can then be funded by, say, the National Institutes of Health. We've had about 4 National Institutes of Health grants come from those pilot studies. And so we bring in people with a lot of different backgrounds, like Judson Brewer, for example, is an addiction psychiatrist and does a lot of work in neuroscience and digital delivery of mindfulness interventions. Willoughby Britton, who does a lot of work around adverse events of meditation training and how to skillfully respond when those occur. Maggie Bublitz does work in pregnancy, for example, and particularly hypertensive disorders during pregnancy, and how mindfulness training can influence not only the pregnant women, but also their offspring. Ronnie Elwey is an implementation scientist and does a lot of work around health insurance coverage of mindfulness interventions. Brandon Gaudiano is an expert in psychosis or schizophrenia and acceptance and commitment therapy, and has found with people who are admitted to hospital with psychosis that if they receive acceptance and commitment therapy while they're in hospital, once they're released, it really dramatically reduces their likelihood of being re-hospitalized, so that they're able to have greater acceptance and understanding of, say, the psychosis that's happening there, and to be more comfortable with it occurring, such that they're less likely to need to return to hospital. So we have a lot of different faculty members. For example, Jeffrey Prue is Native American and does a lot of work with indigenous groups to bring mindfulness training that's already existing in many of the cultures and to express it out in authentic ways. And so we also have a number of faculty affiliates that these are folks that are maybe not leading mindfulness interventions themselves, but are interested in it and have complementary skills that add on, like Paja Fadre, for example, who's in anthropology and looks at psychedelics, for example, and their interface with meditation and mindfulness. Rohit Gottman does advanced biostatistics and is really interested in mindfulness interventions and provides biostatistical advice. We have faculty like Patty Hall and Lynn Corbel that are leading instructors in mindfulness-based stress reduction and mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. And the list goes on. We have neuroscience, theater and the arts, behavior change. Professor Roth, of course, who does a lot of work in Buddhism and Taoism and religious studies. And so what we've tried to do here is to create a rich environment of interdisciplinary experts, all skilled in mindfulness and meditation training from various different domains, so that we can intersect and collaborate and do really high quality research, and have been quite successful in doing so. We also have an education unit, and so here we have programs that are outward facing to the general public all around the world. People take these programs, and so we teach like evidence-based interventions like mindfulness-based stress reduction, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, but also have certification programs for teachers to be able to get trained up on how to teach them in skilled ways. We offer general programs for the public that are evidence-based, like mindfulness-based stress reduction or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, finding peace in a frantic world. We also offer mindfulness-based blood pressure reduction now. And we had over 1,000 people go through our programs just last year. And then we also do work within the university itself. So for example, for staff and faculty, if they take good care of their health, like they go and see their family doctor and they go to the dentist appointment, these things, they start to accumulate points, and then they can use those points to get a free gym membership at the Brown, or they can use the points to get a free course in, say, mindfulness-based stress reduction or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. So we've had a lot of staff and faculty go through our programs for free at the university, and that's actually helped in a lot of ways the culture in the university too, where I might be in meetings at times and someone will just kind of quietly tell me that they've gone through our programs and are really grateful for that. I think it's created a lot of goodwill actually amongst the university. We also offer programs for students as well, including lunchtime sessions and ways that are just kind of integrated into the well-being structure at the university. And then we also offer courses. These are 4-credit courses. So this is one example called Meditation, Mindfulness, and Health, where students learn the science of meditation and mindfulness. So the various different kinds of mindfulness interventions, like mindfulness-based stress reduction or acceptance and commitment therapy or mindfulness-oriented recovery enhancement, and their impacts on various different health conditions, whether it's pain management or anxiety or depression or weight loss or diet or sleep. But then they also get first-person experience. So they actually go through a program that's very similar to mindfulness-based stress reduction. It's just a little briefer without the retreat, so that they actually get to see for themselves what an evidence-based mindfulness program is like, as well as taking a step back and really rigorously looking at the science. And so by the time that they're done the course, they have both the first-person experience of having going through a mindfulness program themselves, as well as the third-person experience of just being able to take a step back and see what the science shows. And so this is a course that I actually teach, and I had a master's student asked to measure the health effects, actually, of students going through this course, and that was her master's project. And she found significant improvements, for example, in stress levels of the students going through it, but also they did better on standardized test scores, including the GRE, which is a standardized test to get into graduate school. And so that inspired me to develop the mindfulness-based college program so that it could be scaled and offered to people, around the world. So we used a similar theoretical framework, but instead of it being blood pressure, we looked at common determinants of young adult health, like, say, digital media addiction or loneliness, stress, alcohol, substance use, physical activity, diet, obesity, sleep. And we created a compilation measure of all of those factors together and pre-registered that on clinicaltrials.gov to see if we train them in these skills of self-awareness and attention control and emotion regulation, but then applied it to those common determinants of young adult health, if that would actually boost their well-being. We did a systematic review on all randomized controlled trials in college students and found where each one of these circles represents a different clinical trial. You can see in the mental health domain that there's a lot of studies in mental health in college students for mindfulness training, and very few in physical health, only like 3, and also very few in health behaviors, only 4. So we felt that by looking at sort of whole person health, both the mental and the physical, that it might create like a unique opportunity to support young adult well-being, not only in the mental domain, but also in the physical domain. And so we created this randomized controlled trial to look at the effects on young adult health, and randomized students to either take the mindfulness-based college program or else an enhanced usual care control that involves some health education and access to a physician if they needed it. And we measured them starting at the beginning of the school term when they're a little more relaxed, and then the follow-up assessments are right at the end of the term when they're in the middle of preparing for exams and their term papers are due. And so here are the results where you can see in the control group that their health actually got worse as the term went on, which is common for students going through the college term, where by the time the exams are coming up and the term papers are due, their well-being has declined. While those going through the mindfulness-based college program, their health actually improved over the term rather than going down, and significant between group differences. When we looked at some of the drivers of that, one was that the students were moving more as the term went down, so they were spending less time sitting. Their sleep quality was also improving over the term, while in the control group, the sleep quality was actually getting worse. We found that depression symptoms were getting worse in the control group, but for the folks going through the mindfulness intervention, they stayed steady. And so the stressors tend to mount as the term goes on, as all the exams are coming up and term papers are due. So even in the presence of that increasing amount of stressors, their depression stayed steady. They didn't go down, but also didn't go up compared to the control group. And also their loneliness levels came down. And loneliness is a bit of an epidemic right now, certainly in North America, but also, I understand, worldwide. And so these courses were in person, and these students were having really important conversations with each other and forming social bonds with each other that lasted long after the course was done. And so could these kinds of programs also be a way to impact loneliness in young adults as well by creating some kind of meaning and opportunities for them to connect with each other? And so one of the next pieces that I did in order to scale up that program was to write a book, like a self-help book in many ways for young adults. And so Paul, who's featured in the book, is a friend, and he spent his 19th birthday in jail, and including in times of like full isolation in jail. And he'd had a lot of challenges in his youth. He was admitted many times to psychiatric wards, for example, and while he was in jail, a Buddhist nun would visit him and taught him how to meditate and gave him readings that he found very useful. And so when he came out of jail, he did two things. One is he started to get into boxing that really helped him self-regulate his physical activity better. And the other thing that he got really into was meditation and mindfulness. And so he lives in Providence. He's been trained now to be a mindfulness-based college instructor, and has left behind a history of addiction to substance use and alcohol. And so one of the things that he shared here is, when I put a substance of any kind in my body that feels good, it tends to set a chain of events into action that doesn't make me feel good. Even the first one turns me into someone I don't want to be. There's this saying, there's certain things that control is impossible the moment it's suggested. That's alcohol and drugs for me. When addiction was manifesting itself in heavy ways for me, I think I was looking for something. I was looking for something the world isn't offering, something that made me feel whole and connected. The practice of mindfulness is the most direct route to that feeling. It takes some hard work, courage, and commitment, but there's no moment at which it's not possible. And so it's an example of how a young adult found mindfulness and meditation at just the right time, and it truly changed his life. He's now married and father of 2 kids and a successful artist and a mindfulness teacher in the city. Venerable Misan in Korea translated that book into Korean, so it's now available in Korean as well. One of the other pieces that we've done is to create a graduate level program where we have a Master's of Public Health that's quite high quality at Brown University, where students learn study design and data analysis and health services, health promotion strategies. It's quite a effective degree program. But we now have the first mindfulness track in the world where students can learn all those things, but then they do a deep dive into the science and practice of mindfulness so that they learn, say, mindfulness epidemiology that's all around study design and measurement and what we call causal inference and mindfulness training, so that we're really training outstanding scientists in the area. And so we've had graduates from there go on to teach meditation at Harvard University, to go into PhD programs, into medicine. We have one medical doctor from Indonesia who just graduated and is now building a mindfulness training program in the medical school that he's affiliated with in Indonesia. So it's created a whole type of graduate that is very skilled in public health science, but also in the science and practice of mindfulness too. And so when I take a step back, from my university administrators, they often want to know what are our key performance indicators, like from their perspective, like really how are we doing in this? So when we look at our research unit, just last year we had 25 peer-reviewed publications on mindfulness, for example. Just last year we spent $7.5 million in grants from the NIH. We've had over $30 million of grants now. Just last year we had over 1,000 people take our programs from the public, and so these are people taking general programs, but then also we're doing the teacher trainings where people come to become teachers and then they influence hundreds of people themselves. And we have 11 primary faculty members and 17 faculty affiliates, so it is the largest mindfulness center in the world as far as I'm aware of. In terms of some of the guiding principles and lessons that I've learned in going through the process of helping build out that center is to really understand and catalyze the strengths and the priorities of the organization which we're operating in, so that Brown University is quite strong in public health. They're also quite strong in medicine, for example, and in neuroscience, and also in contemplative studies, for example. And so how could we recognize what Brown's already doing well at, so that can spiral us up into excellence, because we're working within the environment that we have. Mindfulness can be applied to anything, really, whether it's economics or law or business or music. But at Brown, some of the pieces that we could see we were really good at, we catalyze with those, and that's where we're going. Another piece is just the to understand and respect and work strategically with the organization's governance and approval process. So, for example, both Professor Roth and I have gone through review processes through what's called the Academic Priorities Committee. That's the collection of the provost and all the deans in the school and other leaders, and they grill us on really how our programs are working and give us feedback on how we could do better. And I really try to respect that process and integrate in the feedback and then act on that feedback. And that helps me be more accepted, I think, at the university. This idea of like building and nurturing relationships within the organization so that it's almost like the friendships are there. And when we enjoy each other and care about each other, we often want to just help each other. We're just all doing the best we can, and how can we bring that up into the university? And if we're doing good for society and we're not losing money, the university tends to generally be okay with it, as well as nurturing relationships nationally and internationally too, so that we can really support the field as a whole. I think another piece that I've learned is to acknowledge and lower the risk for potential adverse events in mindfulness and meditation training. So that if a student's coming into one of our programs and maybe they have a history of trauma or challenging experiences, I have one in my class right now actually that I'm working with around that, to just acknowledge it, even to name it, that these things can happen, and then to become trauma sensitive and skillful in supporting the students, knowing that mindfulness and meditation might not be for everyone, and to offer lots of off-ramps, knowing that there's many paths to health and happiness, and mindfulness and meditation might be one, maybe not for everyone, and then there can be other paths as well. So to acknowledge that, I've found, has created a container so that if some difficult experience does come up, the students know that that can happen, and that they feel like they can come to us or to others to get that support. It's fairly rare when it happens, but it can. Another piece that we've been working with is to just avoid cultural appropriation, where we actually share, say, the Buddhist roots of our programs or the Taoist roots, while also being welcoming to people of all backgrounds without raising concern about us converting them to some particular religion. And it's a balance, so that if we don't mention Buddhism at all, we're not acknowledging, say, some of the contemplative roots that some of these programs came from, while at the same time sharing that we're not trying to convert them to Buddhism or anything. It's just these skills that can be of support. And then I do try to align the programs with these Ikigai principles, because the parents are paying a lot of tuition for their students to come to Brown, and they would like them to get a good quality job at the end. And so how can we be very practical with this training, where we're helping them to really see what is important for the world, what do they really enjoy learning about, what will create well-paying jobs for themselves, and what both the students and the organization excel at, and to hit the sweet spot of all four of those, so that students graduating from our programs have really valuable skills that are going to be contributing to society, that will help them have a job to support themselves and their family. I think another piece that we really try to do is just to do really high quality, methodologically strong research on innovative topics, and then just report our findings, whatever they are. So if they're null findings that showed no effect, to be clear about that, or even if they went in an opposite direction, so that just helps. In Buddhism, we're often just trying to see the truth, and science is a tool to see the truth. And so whatever the truth comes out with the scientific findings, can we just report that? And then that allows us to evolve as a society to do what works and to let go of what doesn't. And we've also found offering evidence-based mindfulness practices at all levels of the university, whether it's to faculty, staff, or trainees, can be really supportive and has helped us. We've at times had to work with the Office of General Counsel at Brown, like as the top lawyers in the university, when different challenges come up. And it's in groups like that where someone will quietly tell me on that team that they've taken our mindfulness programs and are really grateful for that, that suddenly we have people in places of consequence that have taken our programs. We've had one of the provosts go through mindfulness training with our group, and then I helped train his partner in that. So by just offering these services throughout the university, we've found that it builds a lot of goodwill, but also a lot of understanding about what we do and appreciation for that, so that it can just smooth paths for us to skillfully move forward. When I think about future directions for the field, one is to just continue to apply mindfulness and meditation training to contemporary high-interest topics. You know, say artificial intelligence. I think there's great opportunities for mindfulness and meditation in AI, to apply it to climate change or to leadership, loneliness, mental and physical health, for example. Other opportunities, I think, are really to integrate mindfulness and meditation into practical fields that support career development, whether it's medicine or public health or economics, law, education, engineering, technology, political science, military and defense, first responders, athletic performance, music, the arts, humanities. It can apply to any discipline in any university, and I think there's great opportunities to further apply it where it isn't hitting a lot yet. So for example, at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, they invite me up every year to give a talk to the students in the business school, for example, the School of Management. And so there's a great interest there in how mindfulness training can not only improve happiness, but also performance in leadership. I think there's real opportunities to research and identify and optimize the active elements within wisdom traditions that foster health and happiness. I think our prior speaker gave an example of that with the Temple Stay program, for example, and to really look at methodologically rigorous studies to just clarify the impacts of different wisdom traditions and their practices on health and happiness, so that these wisdom traditions, whether it's the particular forms of Zen practice in Korea, for example, or whether it's in Christianity or Hinduism or Islam, I think they're entire packages that when we just extract out one element, it's missing a lot of the wisdom that's associated with that particular tradition. And so can we also be looking at the traditions as a whole to see what impacts on health they have, and to allow them to continue to serve society and for us to know how they operate, so that when we think about future generations considering these traditions, they will see some of the evidence on how it operates and what kind of benefits it has, and also maybe where it could use some improvements potentially too. So that concludes the talk around some of the experiences that we've had around bringing mindfulness and meditation into university in the West. So thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 라욱스
Thank you
박사님의
very much.
심혈관계
Dr. Laux represented his research findings on the relationship between mindfulness, cardiovascular health, body fat, and diabetes, guiding us with the confidence that comes from rigorous scientific validation. He also shared the finding stories achievement of Brown University's Mindfulness Center, highlighting its core principles, key reflection, and direction for the future. So I think, our initiative, our discussion of Dongguk University's aim of globalization and some meditation seem to align with his effort. So we will ask him a question. So the first question is, you developed the mindfulness program specifically tailored to college students. How is it different from program designed for other groups, especially adolescents? Appreciate your thoughts on how culture and nation difference should be taken into account.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So with that first question, just gonna put my glasses on. So in terms of how the program's different compared to programs designed for other age groups, I think compared to like older adults, like middle-aged and older adults, our programs they're just much more up and centered on naming the challenges that young adults are facing right now, say around digital media addiction or working with alcohol and substance use, or loneliness, for example, or diet, physical activity. And then everyone in the classroom is a young adult. So they have the peer effects of just being there with each other to be able to share what's going on in their lives with peers that are at their same age. I also find that young adults are a little less likely to share how they feel in a large group compared to older adults, like at my age and beyond, where we don't necessarily care as much about what other people think. We'll just like say it. And young adults, they're pretty attuned to what each other think about them. And maybe it's developmentally appropriate because they're still looking for like a spouse and a job, and they really need to tend to what other people think about them. But so we still do the full group discussions, but I do much more small group stuff of just partners or threes or fours. And when it's just a small group like that, they really just talk and talk and talk. And I find when it's a very large group, it depends a bit on the group. Sometimes it can be a bit quiet. Sometimes my group right now, I have 84 students right now, and they're actually really engaged this year. But I find we do a little bit more on the small side. I think compared to adolescence, I'm not as much an expert on interventions in adolescence. I think one of the things that we're seeing coming out of, say, the Myriad trial in the United Kingdom that was on several thousand adolescents, as well as a similar trial in Denmark, is the health effects when kids receive it in school and it's mandatory aren't always so great. It seems that if the kids don't want to be there, that it might not be all that great for their well-being. For the kids that do want to be there and they find it useful, then their well-being can improve. And so I think we're still having quite a bit to learn around mindfulness training in adolescence. For me, I have done some training myself just in my community where we created a sangha that was for families, so that the parents and the children would come, as well as the grandparents sometimes, and then we would have programs for the kids, as well as for the adults, and then programs all together. And I found that operating at the family level was quite effective. And the main things that I prioritized with adolescents when I was leading the programs for them was fun and modeling it myself. And I think young children, their brains aren't as fully developed, and the prefrontal cortex, for example, the area of logic and reason, just isn't there yet until the mid-20s. And so I'm not always so sure how much we can train them in self-regulation strategies with meditation. I think it is possible. I'm just not an expert in it. But what I can do is model it myself. And so they're just watching the adults in their lives. And if they see some kind of stressor arise and they see us navigate it skillfully, I think that modeling can kind of sink in, along with it just making sure that it's fun. And so if there's the playfulness there and the modeling the adults, that's some of the approach that I do. But then by the time they're in young adulthood, where their brains are just about fully developed from a developmental phase, where the prefrontal cortex is fully engaged, we can get into more higher level discussions and more kind of like training around decentering or being able to take a step back from our thoughts and emotions because they have the brain structure to be able to engage in those kinds of processes. So that's been some of the ways that I've personally learned from it, but I think having an expert really in adolescence, I'm sure would teach us even more. So thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
So thank you very much.
덧붙여
To add a little bit more, so we have prepared two questions, and among the two questions, Doctor has answered the second question first. So we will, so I'm going to put the second question on the screen, and the second question was, you have developed mindfulness programs tailored to university students. How do these differ from programs for other age groups, such as as teenagers and how should cultural and national differences be taken into account. So this was the second question, and Dr. has answered questions for the second one. So now moving on, so I will move on to the first question, and with regard that, I would like to ask for the answers to the first question. So the first question is that the modern mindfulness meditation calms restlessness and allows for inner reflection. Do you see this as a discovery of wisdom or the awareness of phenomena? And could you share from your personal experience how awareness might deepen into wisdom?
그 방법에 대한 개인적인 경험에 대해서 말씀을 드렸었거든요. 그래서 약간의 순서가 바뀌긴
So,
했지만
although the order of the question changed a little bit, but I would like to mention that this is the first question. I would appreciate it if you answer to the first question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of is modern mindfulness meditation more about discovering wisdom or recognizing phenomena? I think of phenomena like, say, the second factor of awakening, like in the 7 factors of awakening, where we're investigating phenomena itself. So we're trying to find the truth. And once we see the truth, wisdom arises. So if we're investigating phenomena around, say, cause and effect, when I do this thing happens. Once we start to see that, then wisdom arises. So for me, I think of it not so much one or the other, but maybe an ordering where the recognizing or the investigation of phenomena, the curiosity into the causes of suffering maybe comes first. And then once we see what those causes are, then the wisdom comes next. So that's some of my experience with it. In terms of, based on your personal experience, is there a way to deepen awareness so that it leads to wisdom? I think it's a wonderful question. I think the Dharma talk at the beginning of the day today had many answers in there. I think the next book that I'm writing now is grounded in the Buddhist concepts of the 7 factors of awakening and the 4 Brahmaviharas. And I think if we're trying to find a way to deepen our awareness so that it leads to wisdom, I think there's a lot there. So for example, mindfulness is the first factor of awakening. So that can we be aware of like our thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations, but then once we're aware, can we explore in with curiosity, maybe, which is the second factor of awakening, that if we have some suffering there, can we explore into the roots of that suffering? And which is, and then once we understand those roots, often energy can arise because we've realized the source of our suffering. And so then that creates energy, which is the third factor of awakening. And that can be the energy to change. And another way to translate that is actually courage, because sometimes it takes quite a bit of courage to change. And so then if we can act on that courage, it can start to lead to, say, joy. If we start to align our lives with the truth of, say, in our case, we start to align our lives with the foods that start to create well-being, then we might find ourselves less agitated. And if we start to become more physically active, for example, the body's designed for that, we might have less pain. And so then joy can come, which is actually the 7th factor of awakening, which can then lead to ease. So as our body starts to become in better homeostasis and is operating better, both mentally and physically, ease can arise, which is the 5th factor of awakening, which can then set the stage for concentration, for us to be truly right here, right now, and to be able to enhance, say, our career or our lives or our well-being or our friendships. And that's the 6th factor of awakening, is concentration, which can then lead to equanimity or equipoise, so that we're able to have a balanced mind despite whatever winds are blowing of praise or blame or gain or loss or whatever it is. And so that's the 7 factors of awakening that I think can really deepen awareness, that can lead to wisdom. But there's also some suggestion that that is not enough. Those 7 factors of awakening don't include too much around social relationships and community, for example. And so that's where the 4 Brahma Viharas come in. So that if we're also offering loving kindness to ourselves and others, offering well wishes to the others in our community as well as to ourselves, that can lift us up and to be able to support others while pairing it with compassion, which is the second of the 4 Brahma Viharas, so that we're offering compassion not only for others and ourselves, and knowing that compassion involves both empathy and action. So it's not just, say, feeling sorry for someone, but it's understanding someone in a way that actually activates us to act to, say, support them or to do better for the world. And then that third piece around sympathetic joy, the 3rd Brahma Vihara, so that we can have not only joy. I think sometimes the world lacks some joy these days because we're always looking at the news or whatever, but actually there's many opportunities for joy, including all of us gathering here today for the next 2 days, and what a wonderful moment this is. And so can we have joy not only for ourselves but really for others, and the goodwill and the good things that happen for them, and finally still having equanimity there as an anchor, because sometimes if we have so much compassion for someone, it might throw us off balance, or if we have so much love for someone, it might also throw us off balance. So can we have that equanimity like a rudder to just keep us steady? And so that's just one example of a Buddhist framework that can lead to deepening our awareness, that can then lead to wisdom. There's other frameworks too, and many were talked about in the Dharma talk earlier today, as well as some of the other presentations too, but that's one particular one that I happen to be writing a book on right now applied to lowering blood pressure, but have found it personally very valuable as well. So thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
현상에 대한 알아차림을 우리가 잘 살피고 관찰을 하면
So we have
지혜로
to
연결되는 말씀을
observe
주시고
our
계십니다.
phenomenal
개인적인 사례
awareness, then
뿐만이
it can
아니라 탐구해
foster
오신
some
그
wisdom.
깊이에 대한 부분이
So the insight of his
준비하고 계시는
research
책을
and
통해서 우리가
will
더
be
자세히
reflected in his new
엿볼 수 있지
book, I
않을까 하는
think.
생각을 해보면서 책이 빨리
I
나오기를
hope
기대해 볼 수
I'm
있을
looking
것
forward
같습니다.
to
오늘
the
귀한
publishment of
강연해
your
주신
book.
박사님께
So
큰
thank
박수
you again
부탁드립니다.
for your insightful lecture, and give him a warm round of applause.
긴 시간 함께
Thank you
해주셔서
for
정말
staying with us
감사드립니다.
for a long
이상으로
time.
제6회
And
서울국제
this
명상
concludes
엑스포
day
명상
1 of the
컨퍼런스의
meditation
첫날
conference at the
명상가
6th
정신
Seoul
건강
International
일정을
Meditation Expo
마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
2025.
마무리하기 전에 저희가
Before
함께
the
기쁨을
conclusion,
나누고자
there is a
하는
good news that I'd
소식이
like to
있어서
share with you.
말씀드려보고자 합니다. 저희 서울국제 명상 엑스포가 코로나가 한참 발발하고 하는 그 시기부터 지금 여기까지 오고 있는데요. 그때 저희가 준비했던 하나의 프로그램 중에 행복 배달 명상이라고 하는 프로그램이 있습니다. 이 행복 배달 명상은 정말로 맞춤형 그 명상 프로그램으로 우리가 그 지역에 있는 대상들, 특성화되어 있는 직업군 이렇게 차별화시켜서 찾아가서 명상을 안내해주고 함께하는 프로그램인데요. 저희 오늘 명상 컨퍼런스 중에 소식을 받은 게 뭐냐면 저희 행복배달 명상이 특허청으로부터 상표권 등록을 완료했다라고 하는 공식 메일을 오늘 여기에서 이 시간 동안 받게 되었습니다. 그동안 많은 분들의 노력과 관심 속에서 함께 해온 저희 야심찬 프로그램이 이제 공식적으로 좀 더 보호를 받고 더 힘차게 나아갈 수 있겠다라고 하는 그런 생각이 들어서 지금 여기 계신 분들과 함께 기쁨을 나누고자 말씀드렸습니다. 앞으로 더욱 노력을 해서 많은 분들에게 찾아가는 그런 명상을 안내할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 내일은 2일차에는 명상의 사회적 가치라고 하는 주제로 다시 오전 10시부터 5개의 주제 강연이 있습니다. 내일도 함께 해주시기를 부탁드립니다. 또한 컨퍼런스가 끝나고 나면 성명상 콘서트까지 일정이 있으니 그때까지도 함께 이 명상에 대한 것을 중심으로 나눌 수 있는 그런 시간을 가지면 좋겠다는 생각을 해보았습니다. 이상으로 오늘 명상 컨퍼런스 1일차에 대한 모든 일정을
Is the end of the day 1 of
안녕히
meditation
그리고
conference
안전
at home.